What's up? All right, I got some good rest. Hanging out in North Carolina for a bit. I'm going to try to do this drive straight through on the way home from Florida back to New York City and see if I could do two 12-hour streams. But I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it, so we'll figure that out later on. I'm just fixing the last few things before I get started in here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see. That looks like that's a pretty good view. Let's get a little fluid on there. Okay, I might just move it the littlest bit. That's pretty good. Okay. Should I leave this on? Well, there's a lot of lights here actually outside. Once I get to the dark, leave that on. So we're leaving Benson, North Carolina. I Summerton, South Carolina by 2:30 a.m. with 17% charge. That's going to be a 45-minute charge. I'm assuming that that's a slow charging station. Let's click on it. It says 250 kilowatts max. It probably wants me to stay there for a long time because the next destination is probably pretty far in Georgia, Brunswick. We'll get there by 5:49 a.m. And then we're going to Osala, Florida, and we'll be getting there at about 8:58, it says. I mean, I might take some pauses and take some naps in between on those stations.
So when is it?
So I can't actually I can't actually say that we'll be there at those times, but we get into our destination at about 11:30 in the morning. So I expect to be there at least by 1 p.m. What were you going to say, Max?
When is the next charging station at?
The next charging station is Summerton, South Carolina at 2:30 a.m.
2.5
So,
hours.
Yeah, 2.5 hours. Imagine being the driver. But you know what? With full self-driving,
Wake me up
it does
when we're there.
wake you up when we're there.
Yeah, please.
Boy, I remember the days when I used to be able to say that.
No, please actually do it.
No, please, actually, I'll wake you up when we get there.
Oh yeah, there's a McDonald's.
So we have to get out of this parking lot, and also, let me check out one last thing before I get started. See how I can get out of this parking lot. Let's see though. I think I want to put some music on in my ear because I can't play music in the car without it turning off my live stream. Isn't that crazy? I don't even need to be play music without turning off my live stream. So let's let me get this on so this way I drive not silent and I don't have to talk to you guys the whole time unless you want me to. Okay. And let's put on 90s hip hop, Beach Boy radio. I'm gonna do 90s hip hop. Fine tune. All right, let's see if that works. That would be lovely if that can stay on. I'll lower this. Looks like I don't have the best service. I hope that doesn't screw up the live stream. I'm trying to do too much. All right, everything's put away. Open up my iced tea here. Let's find our way out of this parking lot and we'll get started. Oh no, we're gonna leave that on. Okay. Let's see if we turn on full self-driving here in the parking lot. What a great way to start. I might have to raise the temperature a bit to fix see. Let's following the arrows. All right. Well, navigate in the parking lot, no problem. And here goes the exit. Right here at the superchargers. All right, right where we came in. All right. So, if you don't know already, in order to use full self-driving, you click down on this stick. It turns it on. You guys will know I'm in full self-driving by that blue line right there. That blue line really tells you where the car is planning on going, and it could change, but it really gives you a heads up on what's about to happen, what's going on. The rainbow around it is called Rainbow Road. I'm pretty sure that everything is designed to cater to the 80s babies, and the fact that we're all into Mario and Rainbow Road. It has an option over here under Toy Box, and I put it in every time I use full self-driving. It shows Rainbow Road.
I want to use Mars or something.
You want what?
The Mars.
Yeah, no, that messed me up. I put on the Mars rover and it took off my directions earlier, and then I had to re-put it in while driving. So
What about Moon?
no Moon one. We're just gonna leave it on this one. I'm not gonna do too much changing at the moment. We just got started. Less is more. We got a 2.5 hour drive, and I think that we'll have a nice smooth ride. Hopefully I don't get too tired and have to pull over. Sometimes I get tired, start to blink a bit, and I find that again it just kind of sets me. So I might do that once or twice, and it's usually not because full self-drive isn't working well. It's usually because it's yelling at me because it knows that my eyes are blinking too much or starting to squint. So I like to keep myself from getting in trouble with Tesla over here, the way that they want to give you 5 strikes and you lose full self-driving for a week. So I've learned not to ignore the warnings and definitely just turn it off and take over. If you can't take over because you're that tired, find a place to pull over, but hopefully you can get to one of those charging stations. And let's just say you have a charging station that you're heading to. You don't necessarily have to go to that one. You can click on the map here. Let's see. Oh, you can click on the map here and touch the bolt, and all the charging stations will come up on your route. So I don't want to mess with any of this right now.
Hey, Dad.
But
If they
you could always start at it. You could always stop at an earlier charging station.
If they take full self-driving away from you for a week, can you still use autopilot?
What a good question from a kid. Can you still use autopilot if you lose full self-driving for a week? And I am not sure about that, but later on we can go over here and we can see what it says when the car is in park. And it noticed that I'm looking at the screen for too long. So it wants to tell me, please pay attention, the roads are dark out here. When the driving conditions are better, it yells at you a lot less. But all you really have to do is focus on the road and make sure that you're not looking down or at anything else. Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? I think that we're going to stop for a moment. What does it look like? Of course, I started off this drive. And I already went the wrong way because it looks like my directions weren't fully set. And I can tell right now. That's silly. Let's go. Let's just redo it. I had really bad service where I just was. Okay. All the same. Temporarily unavailable. Okay. Yeah, that was not the right way. Auto steal unavailable. It might be just too dark over here to get started. There we go. All right. That's the first time I think I made that mistake. I don't think I started my trip up because I had just put it in at the charging station. And when I clicked on autopilot, I think it left the parking lot and just started going down the road that I was facing instead of the correct way. All right, so now we're en route, and it says we're going to get to the Summerton, South Carolina charging station at 2:37. All right, I see one person's following us. I hope it's the love of my life. Hi, booby babies. I got a little ear pod in my ear so that I can listen to some, I got some Biggie on right now and 90s music. Max says that he's not tired because he took a nap with me before. And the little one over here is knocked out. I got my iced tea. Thank you very much. And I drank a coffee before leaving Frankie's. That was so silly. We just went down that whole road for no reason. I was wondering why it was showing me where I was and my destination super zoomed out until I went over here and we weren't on the map. That was a trip. I had funny service inside this charging area. Even though the car has good connectivity, my phone and stuff wasn't really having any connection. So this is definitely on though now, on 11 minutes, and we're really just starting. I doubt that I'm going to remember, but when this hits 80%, I'd like to see how many miles it is, because what I've noticed is that 80% in the morning, I usually have, I think it's 250 miles or 249. So it's been 2 years later, and I've only noticed a difference recently, but I haven't really caught it correctly. So let's see actually what it's at right now. See, it's at 251 now. Interesting. And it's at 83%. So I think that I've had the smallest bit of decline in the last few months. Meanwhile, I didn't notice anything a few months ago, and I've had this car just going on second year in November. We actually stopped in North Carolina and had an update, but I don't believe that it was let's see, software. I don't believe it was a full self-driving update. 12.3.6. So that is not the new FSD update. So still waiting on that. Make sure not to look at the screen too long here. I hope the room is public this time and not private. So we're on full self-driving. My feet are not on the pedals. Interestingly enough, when you use auto drive on your gas vehicle or any of the old school ones, you always kind of cover the brake. God forbid something would happen, you touch the brake and it turns it off. Even though that's true on full self-driving, it seems like the biggest problem is that the car wants to phantom brake, which means that it kind of slows down for no reason. And sometimes I've been able to figure out the reason, and there's a stop sign all the way off the side of the road that doesn't have to do with the highway or something. So with full self-driving, you actually keep your foot over the accelerator, and that will make it so that you can power through something that the car goes to slow down for, when it's actually completely okay with just driving and not slowing down. So if you want to turn off full self-driving, you turn the steering wheel more than a little bit and it turns off, or you touch the brake. But if you touch the power, the accelerator, you basically say, I'm the supervisor. Trust me, we're going to go through this and everything's going to be okay. So I usually keep my foot right over the accelerator, and nobody talks about this, but I like to take my finger and my thumb and put it right here in between the steering column, because this way, if the wheel gets to go one way, my finger can feel it. If it goes the other way, my finger can feel it. And I have the steering wheel set to vibration when it makes a lane change. So that also helps. So if you don't want to get yelled at with the blue screen, which I guess the nag is going to start coming off, and that's what I'm waiting for. But if you don't want to be yelled at, you keep your hand like this, you put a little bit of tension, and you can feel what's happening in case you're worried that the wheel might just turn in the middle of driving, which I have never had an experience like that. But I have come close to like the grass or something that the road just kind of disappears when it shouldn't. For the most part though, when there's orange cones around like now, the proper lines on the road and everything, full self-driving performs fairly accurate. Despite what all the YouTubers and everybody talk about, I really don't think that it's nearly as bad as some say. It's not ready yet. I've had the car for going on 2 years, and I have noticed the most significant difference over the entire course, and especially in the last 6 months. There are one or two things that I do believe have gotten worse. Like, it doesn't like to get off the exit where I live. Meanwhile, it used to get off that exit perfect when I first downloaded the first FSD, when I was not nearly as strong. So I find that interesting. But this is the worst it will ever get, because it has definitely gotten better and better. It sees speed bumps amazingly now, and always slows down really accurately, and definitely is more cautious of the pedestrians and people around you when you're on the small streets. It sees things and movement that you might not catch with your eye when you're driving. So I've really been digging full self-driving, which is why I figured I had the mount. I never really use it, and I'm going on this long drive. Why not show everybody what FSD does on a long drive in the middle of the night, even with rain, because I have to say it sees better in the rain than I do. And when it gets dangerous, all you have to do is use the scroll wheel and slow down your speed, and you can start slowing down from 20 to 15 to 10, even to 5. And if you had to creep along the highway just to get off safely, this is a lot better than your eyes, and you're still supervising. So while you get to stare out the windows and look and really pay attention, it stays in the middle of the lanes for you in heavy torrential downpour. Nobody talks about these things. I notice that's a lifesaver. I definitely think of this thing as life insurance. I mean, if you pay for life insurance, you should pay for FSD, because this is your life insurance. God forbid something happens and you have a heart attack or any sort of issue behind the wheel, falling asleep. Better to be screamed at by Tesla than to wake up hitting trucker bumps. I completely think that is worth its price, even at $12,000. So some people would say I'm crazy, but if you're going to own this thing for life, all you really need is for Tesla to say that it can be fully transferable from car to car, and I have a feeling that anybody would pay $12,000 for full self-driving for the rest of our lives. I mean, do I get to hand this down to my kids? Do I get to keep it in the family? My wife, can I transfer it to a car with her name without my name on it? Those would be interesting things to think about. Like, if I paid for full self-driving, maybe it should get connected to my driver's license, and I should be able to use it on multiple Teslas if I own more than one car, and I'm not sharing it with somebody. So then it would be worth $12,000. But $100 a month, you'd have to be stupid not to pay for this. It will save you aggravation, brighten up your mood, allow you to look around. When people cut you off on the highway, instead of you having road rage, it feels like you cut off full self-driving. It didn't cut me off. Unless I want to turn off full self-driving to chase somebody down, which I don't feel like it, I let it slide. When somebody cuts you off and you don't have full self-driving, sometimes you let your emotions take over, and what do? You go do something stupid and honk and go to chase them. When I honk, it takes a recording. I mean, at this point, I've had somebody yell at me out the window, and first thing I said was, "It's okay, I don't care, you can say whatever you want. You're being recorded this entire time." And usually that's enough to deter people from wanting to even argue and carry on the situation anymore. Has anybody talked about that? No, nobody talked about that. They could put that on any car. Gas car, electric car, hybrid car. I mean, these are tools that the world is already using. You could tell the job place doesn't yell at you anymore. What do? They put up more cameras. They don't need to yell at you. They just need you to know to be on your best behavior. It's a lot of psychology that's being used against us in the world, and they use our emotions against us. So you're not going to be able to stop it. But the more you are aware of it, you gotta start to say, like, who cares about Elon? Tesla is an amazing vehicle. It's changed technology on vehicles that I've watched for 30 years be exactly the same. I mean, is it this what we all wanted? And we all want the Jetsons, flying cars and everything. You'll notice I turn my head for a moment. If we're in a control zone, the Tesla does want me to pay attention more than other times, like a lot more. So whenever I get like a small warning like that, I pay attention and I try my hardest to make sure I don't get another warning within a close period of time. And then it's not a big deal if I get another warning in 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. But if I get one or even two more warnings in a short period of time, touch the brake very lightly, take it out of full self-driving, and I take over for a little while. This way it doesn't seem like I'm ignoring the system and I'm driving recklessly, because very, very, but in some of these really dark, non-lit areas, I definitely notice that it might yell at you a few times and you attention, especially if you've been driving a while and you're not sleeping, but your eyes just kind of like drooping. Once it starts getting a little hard for the camera inside here, up here at the top, to see you, it might yell at you more than less. It definitely checks to see where your eyeballs are looking, which might be a little bit too much data for some people, but you know what? It knows that I'm falling asleep better than I know I'm falling asleep. As an adult, you don't get yelled at very much, but when you get yelled at by a computer, you know it's right and you know you were wrong. So you deal with it and you say, you're right, I gotta pull over. We're not ready for the car to drive us by herself while we take a nap. That's coming. But I feel lucky enough that I get what I got. I really wish I could play music so everybody could just listen to music. If you're gonna watch a drive this long, do me a favor. If you are watching this live stream at any point during the live stream or later on in life, turn on the radio in your room, listen to some music. And this way it feels like you're going for a long ride, because if you have Tesla stock and you listen to all the noise about how Tesla's full self-driving is garbage or trash, just watch this. I've gone for hours, apply slight turning force to the steering wheel. It's all about these cones right here. I mean, I don't know why people think that you can go into the back seat or fall asleep in one of these things. It's so safe. Look at how quickly it checks me. You want checks and balances? There's checks and balances, baby. So it's not doing car follow. I mean, I'm dead center in the lanes, and sometimes it hugs the shoulder when a truck or somebody gets too close to me in the lane. So it looks like the roads are wet. I'm going to be a little extra cautious. I don't see any flooding or anything, but it sees the speed limit is 60 miles an hour, and it sees that I have it set to 65. Usually I'll be 9 miles over, so I don't really have to worry about being pulled over, but because the roads are wet, I'm going to leave it at 65 for now. Let's see. Let's open that up so that you guys can see a little bit better. I mean, check this out. I can look behind me and see that there's a car behind me. So before you even say that, like, here they go, they're going to get ready to go around me. And sometimes, we'll see, sometimes the Tesla will now take the right lane if it starts to see too many people want to go around me. I don't see it happening, so I don't think it's going to happen. But you'll notice, it notices when too many people are going past you, it takes the slower lane after a little while. And then when you're behind somebody, like this person to the right of me, it looks like I'm catching up to them. the car wouldn't want to go behind them because it's going to start to pick the faster lane to then go around a group of cars. So it's actually pretty human the way it picks up and drives like that. I had to say, nobody watching. It might be too late that I put this on. Started this at 12 o'clock a.m. So, and somehow I picked public channel each time, and a few times it turned to private. So I don't know what that's about, but as much as that stinks for during the live stream, at least the stream could be uploaded and people could check it out later on. Yeah, nothing really crazy out here. Maybe I'll start to do a few more live streams around my way because the roads are a lot smaller and you can watch some pretty complicated situations arise, and the car will really master and maneuver it pretty fantastically. But we're still in this whole construction zone area, so I'm just going to pay attention and hold on to the wheel because in the dark the car is pretty sensitive to wanting to make sure that I'm paying attention when there's this many cones, and it accurately sees them all over here. I mean, they're all pretty well spaced out there, and as we're passing them you can see them align, and really it's trying to figure out what's being blocked on the diagonal here, and very quickly it fixes that as we pass it. So 2 hours and 11 minutes, 155 miles. We left with 83% charge, and we're arriving with 16% charge. So if anybody's ever interested on, I live too far away from work, I don't know if a Tesla's good for me, I'm driving another 2 hours and 11 minutes from what we already did, and we have more than enough charge. So if you live over an hour away from home, you should be fine, but I understand if you wouldn't want to risk that back and forth in traffic. That last 16% is still a lot of mileage though. I mean, it's about 50-60 miles still, so that's just a good way to keep your battery from being decharged all the way, and you don't really want that for a long period of time. I'll be honest, I keep it between 15% and 80%, 100% of the time, and I don't let it get underneath 15%. If it does, it's for a moment on one of these long drives, and I pull up to a charging station and plug in right away. See, I have a car behind me now, and it looks like they're on my butt a little bit. No, now we're pulling off. I was gonna say, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Tesla want to take the right lane in a moment, just to let him pass. Oh, it looks like he's gonna pass us. Next time that happens, I'll show you how I turn on the blinker and I can actually tell it in full self-driving to take the right lane. Only a few times did not want to do it, but it looks like everybody else behind me is traveling at the exact same speed. Yeah, so it's the middle of the night. Help me stay up. Hang out, check out the chat, say hello. I got the kids sleep in the back. I'm more of a night person, so I feel wide awake at this time. 8 o'clock, and that was pretty helpful. And yeah, looking forward to trying to get this live stream to make it all the way. Let's see, all the way till 12 in the afternoon when we arrive at our full destination. So if I can do that, that'll be pretty cool. I'm not sure if the phone gets interrupted at all. Looks like that the charging wire is nice and tight in there, but every once in a while I look and I'm surprised, like, oh wow, how long ago did that stop charging? Did the wire get pulled? But it's pretty good. You guys can see the wheel. You guys can see, I mean, I could put my hands down, but it's going to pull up a little blue screen every once in a while, and I have to really pay attention. So I just kind of put my hand on here. Just a little bit of, oh, so I was going to say before, a lot of people talk about the yoke. Now, I don't want the yoke. I like having my full steering wheel, but I can tell you how come Tesla switched over to the yoke. With full self-driving, the only way to drive is to put your hands at 3 and 9 o'clock. You need a little bit of weight on the sides for it to take off the safety warning that your hand is not on the wheel. When I drive like this, or with my hands down here, I'm not putting any weight on the sides. It seems like all the weight is on the column, and it doesn't think your hand is on there. So that yoke, that's what I think that's about. I think that they came up with the design feature that made it look like you had more room in your car because it took this away so you could feel more open, both at the bottom and the top. And it also made it so that you put the weight where you wanted to because they're designed for you to fully self-drive with. I mean, you're not going to buy a Tesla. I mean, you could buy a Tesla just to have it as an EV, but the whole point is for the tech. It's a car company. It's a car company. Who cares? It's a car company. It's the tech. You know how much of this tech other car companies are going to need to buy and to purchase from Tesla? They run 8, 9, 10, 20 different systems in their cars with 20 different chips that all have to talk to one computer and make sense of all of it. Tesla comes out with their own chip for 20 different things, and it's the same chip all 20 times. They all go to the same computer. They don't have to decipher between different companies, different brands. They're doing their thing. They're cutting out not only the middleman, but the pieces that don't matter. Right? What's Elon say? The best part of anything is no part. That goes like that for life. The best part is always no part. Less is more. You always want what you can't have. Whatever you want doesn't usually come to you. Then it'll return. To be contrarian, you gotta play the opposite game in life. Look in the other direction, turn around. I did that. I gave Tesla a chance. I love it. Speaking of turning around, when I park this thing, I walk away turning around. So let's see. The roads look pretty dry. I'm going to up the speed limit by 5 with a quick scroll, and then I'm going to lower it by 2. So we're going 68. Over. That should be enough to not really call any attention and to not stall the fast lane. We are taking a really long drive, so a little bit of extra speed will be okay. All right. So that's interesting. Look at how when I do that, I allow the map to zoom in. Now the map is zoomed in, okay. But if I click on it and check out our full destination to the next charge point, I just noticed up here, this new update that I got about 4 months ago, this is dope how it lets you translucently see the map through there. It's showing me the zoomed out version. That is pretty cool. So let's zoom in. Apply slight turn force, got it. And there's a couple. 62. Now when I put this here, we got the zoomed in version. And the cop lights just turned off, so where is he? Maybe it's not a cop. No, there's some blue lights down there. Oh, that's a... Wow, that's so far. That is definitely not a cop. That is a sign with flashing blue lights. I don't think you guys can see that. Let's see if this says anything about emergency vehicles. Your speed 68. Your speed 65. Well, that's weird. That said my speed was 65. I'm pretty fairly sure that Tesla's accurate and my speed is exactly 62. Well, now it's going to be 65. Two hours and 3 minutes. This line right over here, this is how much energy we use. When it goes up and it's white, we're using energy. You can tell full self-driving really doesn't rev the accelerator, so it stays very steady and uses the right amount of energy to fairly accurately get you to your destination with the correct amount of charge that they estimate. It is really, really good. Probably the worst it's ever going to be is today. Systems are always learning and are pretty super. So we got a long drive ahead of us. It's pretty dark out. It's pretty late. I left the cabin lights on so you guys can at least see the wheel illuminate a bit. Try not to drink my whole iced tea so quick. Little sips. Full self-driving may be degraded. It says one or more of the cameras are occluded. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. But what that usually means is that it's too dark for one of the cameras. And I'm not sure which one it is. But probably one of the ones on the side isn't getting good light. But I have never actually had a problem when it's giving me that warning, but I make sure I hold onto the wheel a little tight. But I have seen that on these long drives to places where there are no highway lights. So that's probably going to come up and stay there for a while. I can tell this is a pretty dark road. It's 12:37 in the morning. You can see the speed limit is now 70. The speed limit sign changed. And might even pick this up to 75, 77. It's pretty fast to go this late at night, but the roads are empty and clear, and pretty sure everybody else is going this speed, so you can see I'm not steering. But with what's going on and it being so dark, I'm gonna put my hands there. I'm gonna leave them on here. But if you don't see that blue line go away, I have not turned off full self-driving. This is not turned because of me. Alright? My feet are relaxed. I'm really not even on the pedal or anything. I can straighten my feet out. See a little bit of lightning in the sky. I hope we'll see how it goes. I have a feeling that we'll be pretty good about the rain, and if we have to stop because it starts raining too hard, we'll take a break. I'll leave the camera running, but we'll take a break. That's a good angle, I think. It's a different angle. I know not everybody gets to see that, and you can't see the window, but you can see the steering wheel. You can see that screen. Yeah. I guess I could turn it a little bit, but if I turn it a little bit more, you're not going to be able to see the full side of the wheel over here, and somebody's going to say, "Oh, you're touching it with your left hand, or you're steering it." No, I'm not steering it. I'm going hours and hours and hours. On the way to North Carolina from New York City, I didn't have to disengage until I got within 5 minutes of the end of my destination, maybe 10 minutes of that last video, part 5. And not only did it do it once, but it did it a second time on the street where everything was painted correctly and pulled me into a left-only turn to go straight. That was, so I disengaged in order to not cut the line off at the very end. And everybody was nice enough to let me in, but boy, I have to say, have a drive like that, roads by me, it's totally fine. Let's go a little slow. There's cars on the road here. It looks like that car just got trashed. So I use the thumb over here. If you scroll fast, it goes up by 5s, down by 5s. If you go slow, it goes up or down by single digits. So speed limit sign, that's what the car sees and recognizes. supervisor telling it you can go 77. Trust me, we're solid. Designer rolls, lacing the click up with diamond rolls. Like I said, I got an AirPod in my ear, so I can listen to some music. So that I don't get kicked off of the live stream for copyright infringement. I suggest if you're going to turn on this video and watch for just the purposes of seeing what FSD is like, turn on some music in your room, and you don't have to listen to me the whole time without any music. Feel like you're in the car listening to some music with me. I don't mind talking. I don't mind doing this for a live stream. It is nice to have a quiet drive, but I'll be honest, having the ability to live stream the whole way on this drive definitely helps me stay more alert, be awake. It's like having a passenger when my passenger at the moment is a whole bunch of snacks and food. We're just passing a trucker spot. All the trucks are pulled over. 137 miles until the exit, so we're just staying on this one highway strip. So I'm gonna be honest, this full self-driving part doesn't look like it's going to be all that entertaining on a straight highway road like this, but the interesting thing should be me pulling up to the charging station this time, leaving the camera on, letting you guys see how long it takes to charge, what percentage I got there at, and leaving the charging station, continuing our trip. So at the beginning of the stream, when I kind of got messed up a little bit, that was our just turning on the directions, and I didn't feel like restarting the live stream. I figured whatever I messed up in, set the car in full self-drive and going without me starting the actual directions. So that was silly. I had them all tied in and didn't press go now, or I had it zoomed out like I was still checking out charging stations. Silly. Though, and I'm just talking for later on, you can fast forward this part an hour and 50 minutes or an hour and 45 minutes away, and I should just be getting off the highway at a supercharger station in Summerton, South Carolina, and that might be the next most exciting part. If anything happens, which I really hope it doesn't, an animal or somebody else with a situation, I'll try to put into the description where to look, if I can timestamp. If one of these videos actually is worth timestamping, I guess I'll get that done. I question if I should have turned the camera a little bit more forward, but I think it's pretty good. Maybe I can do it when I know I could probably do it while full self-driving, but that's not really that safe, so I'll try to do that when I get to the charging station and see if I can get it to face forward just a littlest bit more. What I wish I could do is zoom out 0.5 like my iPhone camera lets me do. But when I start the YouTube video, it doesn't let me do that. So if somebody has an idea on how to tell me to do that and I just didn't see the option, that would be great. But that would definitely allow us to see more of the road in front of us, and the steering column and the display all at the same time. Now earlier I was excited, hoping that I was going to get the update that I've been waiting for with the full self-driving no nag, but it seems like I got a different update that was fixing high beams and headlights on curbs and curved roads. So that was interesting. Let's see if I remember where it was. It gives me a blue dot usually over here. Adaptive headlights, new. See if I can read this without diverting my eyes so I don't get yelled at. Auto high beam and adjust headlights for curves. So I have it turned on. Adaptive headlights must be enabled while auto steer is active. So headlights after exit. See, I don't have that on. I don't need that. So you start to get to know your system, and it says autopilot feature limited. So that was an alert before. Okay. Yeah. Nice. I see somebody's watching for a moment. I know there's not really anybody in the room. Shared this video. I still don't have that many subscribers, but I'm just trying to have a good time, figure out this full self-driving. I've been using it for a long time, but it keeps getting better, and I figured I should really start making a video and helping to keep myself awake for a long drive. So I have it set up so that you can see the steering column and the screen. We got about an hour and 15 minutes of somewhat boredom. It's like I'm going to stay on the same highway for a long period of time. Let's see, somebody text messaged me.
Was it?
I don't know what "was it" means, but I'm streaming live at the moment, and if you want to help keep me awake, send me a text here and there, and I'll use the text option on here to continue to talk. Just one of my friends sending a text message in the group. This is something interesting when I don't have to use the phone, and even with the live stream, and the Tesla sends me my text messages, and the phone call kind of messes up things, so hopefully nobody calls me. But I use the button here. I can click it and use voice commands. Like, watch this. Turn off all dome lights. That might not work because I turned them on manually. Let's try this. If I turn them off, turn on all dome lights. See, if I start it like that, then it works both ways. Turn off all dome lights. That's interesting though, but if I manually turn them on, it's not letting my voice turn them off. Interesting. So there's a bunch of voice commands, and I can say, call whoever. And the pretty cool thing about having access to a button like this by your thumb is that I don't have to say, Alexa, please do this, or Siri, do that. I just say what I need after pressing the button, because that's a command word. Yeah, there's a number of things I can do like that. I can turn on the heated seats. Let's see, with the text messaging.
Chris Hughes says, saw the title card when I opened Netflix last night. These fights tonight are good. Eminem with the live band before the Crawford main event was better than Super Bowl halftime. Haha.
Oh, the main event at the with Eminem was live at the fight was better than the Super Bowl. That's pretty cool. So you'll see how this car really is a life insurance. I mean, you don't need to look at your phone to text. It's fairly accurate. It makes it easy. Sometimes it pulls up like, did you mean this Chris, that Chris, or the other Chris? You know how many Chris's you all probably have in your phone. Let's see. So I click the button.
Chris Hughes said, let's see if I can log in. My son is hijacking my phone laughing out loud.
It's all good. I have a person popping in and out, but I'm really just kind of talking to myself so that I can keep myself awake, and trying to do like a 12-hour live stream here from North Carolina the rest of the way to Florida. I also think that it understands me better than my own phone understands me. So, I mean, what's that saying about the large language model on the AI side of what Tesla's doing here? I mean, all this guy's companies work well together, so if he's got X .com and it works on large language models, why would they not pull that over to understand my voice commands better, or me trying to text, so I don't have to pick up my phone and do something that I'm not supposed to while driving in the car. I mean, full self-driving is supposed to allow you to pick up a phone and do stuff, but we're not ready yet. I'm supervising. We're still not allowed to drive with cell phones in our hands, so it's great that they make all these things available to you. I pay $100 extra a year. I'm not going to play any of it now, but it gives me full connectivity to YouTube, to Netflix, to anything I sign into. Better service than my phone, to be honest. And then all of a sudden one day I look, and all these things are there. I did the talk, and I asked for a Christmas song, and it started playing Christmas music, and I was like, okay, how did it find a Christmas song? Where did that come from? And I went through here, and podcast, comedy, all this stuff is available to you. So for the $99 a year to get full connectivity, and then now you're also paying $99 a month for full self-driving. I mean, you're locked into like a pretty awesome subscription package that enhances your lifestyle while driving. You know, the time period that is the most wasteful in your life. What is the... Why are people not getting this? I sit in my... I don't know about you, but I sit in my car for lunch 40 minutes a day. I eat my lunch, I go to the car. I have a mattress I set up in the back. I can turn on Netflix, lay down, stretch my back out. I work as a gardener. I haven't been able to do that my whole life. It changes my mood for the day. It definitely has brought upon part of ease that some people don't really understand. At the charging stations, I get in the back, I lay down and take a nap for a bit. I pop up with an alarm, unplug the charger. I don't have to hand anybody money. I don't have to walk into any gas station. You're crazy. Everybody wants to talk about how long it takes to pump gas. I go inside and go use the bathroom, or I go to my frunk on a long drive like this, and I have even next to me, I have some chips and stuff. I eat some food. By the time I finish eating my food and doing whatever I do, I get ready to jump in the car and watch some Netflix. I don't even have time. The car's already done. So, I was talking about it before, but you can see 123 miles before my next exit. It's going to be pretty boring for an hour and 44 more minutes, but I'm going to try to keep this live stream on through these charging stations. You'll be able to see how long it takes me to charge. Full self-driving, I'm going to keep getting that it might be degraded because it's so dark out here. Check this out. I'm about to pass a truck over here. You're going to definitely see the car always takes the edge of this shoulder, and now we should kind of come right back into the lane a little bit. There we go. Now there's another truck over here. Because the lanes are tight here, I'm pretty sure you're going to see me, even on here, you'll see it move over a little bit. Look at this. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing anything. I see I got somebody in the room. Chris, that might be you. It might not be you, but holla PTB crew. You know how we do, daddy-o. So this is where I'm going. I'm going to get there by 11:25 in the morning. I'll probably get there by 1 or 2 o'clock because I'm going to take my time and take some naps along the way. I'm going to try to leave the camera on as long as somebody doesn't try to call me. And I think I know how to fix that anyway, but I'm really trying hard not to lean over. So go over here, I touch over here, and zooms me back in. I mean, check this out. See the Google Maps? Look at how clear that is. Look at that. I can see right where I am, what I'm passing. All right. Autopilot, speed limited for emergency lights. Now that's not a cop over there, but there go those blue lights on a work zone. So we just reduced speed down to 61 miles per hour, even though as a supervisor, I'm telling the car to go 77 in a speed limit 60. And without my feet touching anything, we passed the blue lights that looked like a cop, and it was really just a sign with a speed limit control. And the car just started to go faster by itself. So, I mean, look at that. I mean, look at these curves right here. It doesn't matter if it's tight. That does better than me no matter what after a number of hours. I'm exhausted. You think that, like, you can stay in the middle of the lane after 2 hours of driving straight, never mind 8 or 9. My wrists feel better, my tendonitis, everything. I'm a gardener, I work outside, my ankle feels better. My ankle feels better after I stopped driving my manual. I didn't realize on how injuring my ankle at work kept it sore after a long day of work and driving a manual, because a gas car was even aggravating it for a long time after the manual. And now that I have full self-driving, I'm going to be honest, my ankles feel good, my wrists feel good. It is wild how after a long day of work, I don't have to stress out, and it doesn't seem like it's much stress to turn a steering wheel. Well, as you get older and you get aches and pains, it definitely gives your body more time to heal. You're gonna see we're pretty tight in here. I feel like I'm on the Taconic of the Sawmill. I mean, it's not that narrow actually, but there's a few parts where the the Jersey barriers are making it a little tight with all this construction zone stuff. You can see all the cones on the side of the screen here. And this is our translucent map here. Down here, part of an update, you can see that there's no traffic. It's all blue, no yellow, no red. Over here, it gives what the next exit is. I have it in chill mode. I could change it to sports mode, which adds a lot of horsepower, but I don't think that's going to matter with FSD. Just a good way to use more electric, I guess. I've gone through some of this stuff before. You can check this out again for a minute. I can go to Toy Box. I mean, you think that this is, I don't even know if this is funny. Let's see. Fart on demand, touch left scroll wheel. Am I going to get kicked off of YouTube on live if I copyright infringement fart sound? Stupid things just to advertise. Rainbow Road is what I'm using. Santa Claus is great, and it starts turning on jingle bells during Christmas time. When you're parked, you can put on the Yule log, and when you touch the screen, it'll start turning on some Barry White and stuff. Silly things, but you know what? When you have a friend in the car and you want to show them something funny that your car does or something cool, definitely gets a quick laugh, or somebody to kind of say, oh wow, that's cool. Stupid, but anything that makes you smile isn't actually that stupid. So I got a lot of people laughing with the fart sound. I can even hit the button from my cell phone, and when I'm parked in front of my house, I wait for one of my friends to be well in front of my car and hit the sound. People always turn around and start laughing. Let's see. That's interesting. So now it's saying that it wants to stop at the supercharger in Florence, South Carolina, and I'll get there with 34%. Now I don't care that it did that, but why did it do that? It was getting me to the next supercharger station at 15%, so it must have determined that something was a little easier. When I touched the screen before, I definitely didn't change anything. There goes our trip to Sarasota, Florida. You can reorient a little bit, zoom in. South Carolina, Raleigh area, to Tampa or to Sarasota. You're looking at, I started at a charge station because I actually got to my destination and I was just trickle charging at my cousin's place. I trickle charged over 8 hours and maybe got like from 13 to 23%. Sounds silly, but it was plugged into like a regular plug outlet. 1, 2, 3, 4 charging stations. When I stop at my pops' place, I'll plug in over there, so that doesn't count. But 4 charging stations from South Carolina to Florida, and 3 to 4 charging stations, depending on what percentage you leave your house at, from New York City to South Carolina. So that's about 8 charging stations max to drive from New York to Florida, Tampa area. But I want you to understand, I don't go to charging stations throughout the rest of the year. I never wait for my car to charge. And by the time I get out, stretch my legs, stretch my back, eat a snack, use the bathroom facilities, or go inside and get a coffee, every time I get back, my car's already done charging. It's done charging. I want to get in the car one day, some time to finally turn on some Netflix and just watch something. But I don't use the Netflix as often as you think unless I'm at work. Because by now I know, okay, get in the car and turn on your show, whatever it is. Wow, so I've been talking a good while now, a whole hour. I guess I have no problem talking, I just gotta keep drinking something. Eat a few banana chips. I got music on in my ear so I don't get kicked off the live stream. If you want to be able to keep your hand off the steering wheel, you really just got to look at the road and look forward. It hears me. Gets ready to put up a warning. I'll read the warning next time. Please apply force to the steering wheel, I think it says. At this point, I just know what to do. I mean, I have to say, the car's not dancing around driving fast. It definitely doesn't mind. Apply slight turn-in force to the steering wheel. I don't need to eat too many of these. Not a long drive. Just got going. 1 out of 9 hours down. 1 out of 9 hours down. Looks like people are checking in the stream though, so that's pretty cool. What do I got to do to get some people to stay? It's gonna be a long ride. Come back later on. Come back in 35 minutes, or fast forward 35 minutes. You'll see me get off the exit. You'll see me get into the charging station. You'll see how long it takes to charge. You can even fast forward through that. But if you need some proof, right? You got to see it with your eyes. I mean, believe half of what you see. Believe half of what you see and none of what you hear is really true. Because at this point, you know, I haven't edited anything. I'm on a live stream, but I guess at this point, with deep learning or deep faking, anything's possible, right? Anything's possible. So I'm not lying here. Check me out. You'll make the decision for yourself. You could zoom in, you can look. I mean, when you buy the stock and you want to say this works or this doesn't work, check me out. Check this out. 9 hours driving. I mean, I do really well going to and from work, around my town, and the small roads that don't have lines painted down the middle of them. I mean, it works better than you would think. That doesn't mean that it doesn't get ready to make a mistake, but it definitely doesn't get ready to drive into a wall. It gets ready to make a mistake, like it doesn't stay on a line and it gets ready to drive through a little patch of grass or something because there's no curb there and there's no line or something. Like, usually when it does something weird, it's pretty easy to make the car do something that you notice what it does. So if I was somebody that wanted to write a short report, I mean, after taking a drive often and seeing that it can't handle an exit or some sort of direction that it should be able to handle, it's easy to go back and drive on the same road and see if it does it again, and then take a video and say, look at how dangerous this is. Teslas all stop in the middle of the highway. Yeah, they all stop in the middle of the highway where there's a stop sign on the highway entrance and it's facing the highway and it should be a yield sign. So Tesla was smart. Instead of asking for subsidies, I'd ask for all the highways to be painted correctly across all of the United States. I'd ask everything to have correct signage at the correct height, visibility, and everything to be painted correctly. And full self-driving will work like a charm. What I've noticed is even during construction, when they do the cones in a specific manner that makes a lot of sense, this thing can tell the difference between what it's supposed to drive on and what it's not supposed to drive on. And to me, that's pure amazing. I wish I had some of that recorded. Maybe I will in the future. We'll see what I go through and what I'm able to put on. Make sure that, yeah, still got the charger plugged in. It hasn't came loose. I have it stretched across, so I'm just keeping an eye on it, but it's all good. Alright, so we're going 77 and a 60 because I haven't turned it down. And usually, when it hits a new speed limit sign, it turns it down to the new speed limit sign. So I just change it down to 69. Wow, okay, so when you get there with 33% charge, I said that we would get it someplace else, a different, whatever's in the title at the moment. We're supposed to get to that charging station next, and that's fine with me, but before I started telling people, oh, yeah, fast forward to an hour and 55 minutes, we should be getting to the charging station. I guess I didn't stop to think about, like, well, what happens if the car thinks I should stop at a different charging station? So let's see this one. I zoom out, check this out. Sometimes I gotta hold on to the screen to be accurate. So I can check out, there's 16 stalls available on arrival at the moment. Nobody's getting there at the same time as me. It's got a 250 kilowatt max output charge. Busy times and prices. Okay, so idling fee up to $1 a minute. I believe that's if you stay over 5 minutes past. And it says when I get there, oh, it says 38 cents is when I get there, or is that the only price? Some of them have different prices for peak and off peak. This one just says 38 cents per kilowatt. A year ago, all of this was 31 cents down to 24 cents. Big difference in electric prices. I mean, both for the home and for the charging station. So I don't think it's anything that Tesla's doing. I think that they're just following suit. Tell me, what's your electric bill like? I'm gonna post that in the comments. Are your delivery charges higher than your electrical charges? Because mine are. It doesn't make any sense, does it? I got solar panels. They do more than the electric of my car year round. So before anybody tells me that my car isn't clean energy, go screw yourselves. My house bill came down from like the 400s in June, July. We'll find out about August, all the way down to $50 and $25 a month. They definitely told me I was gonna save a lot of money, but they estimated less than that. During the winter time, it doesn't make nearly as much electric, but I'll be honest with you, it at least covers the banknote of the solar panels with the finance. So definitely worth it, especially as electric keeps going up. It's becoming more worth it quickly. Every year solar panels seem to get a little bit better, so you might want to wait till next year, but every year you're going to be going a year without any subsidies or any savings from the sun. We got a ball of fusion up there glowing, able to power the entire world. And for some reason, we don't think solar is a good idea. Solar and battery, people. Solar and battery. If you want to do wind along with that, I mean, you're clearly going to be right. The better things you add to the pie chart, the better your chances are of making a correct decision. But all you have to do is account for the amount of energy that we use during peak performance times, and that means we'll always have enough energy during non-peak performance times, and now you don't have to worry about extra EVs, and you don't have to worry about Bitcoin. I mean, they can mine on, we can use electricity on off-peak hours. So there was a cop over there in the dark. Oof. I got it set for 9 miles over. I'm gonna move it down one to 8 miles over. This way I don't even play it close, but it's a really good thing I wasn't going 77 in the 60 like I was before. That's why I like full self-driving. Less mistakes. That actually doesn't normally happen with full self-driving. Usually, that's unheard, but every once in a while you could make a mistake. Degrees outside, 1:10 a.m. Good news is I'm wide awake. That's great. Everybody's asleep in the back. "39 miles, 32 minutes. Well, that's nice. Usually the numbers are in the other direction. Yeah, beautiful drive going to Florida. Really simple. I leave 9 o'clock at night, 10, 11 o'clock at night. I leave, kids stay up for about the first hour. You pretty much sleep throughout the entire night. They wake up about an hour before we get to South Carolina, 9.5 hours away. And it's a great way for me to take a nap while they get to hang out with their cousins or whatever. And I hang out for the day and then leave again, 10:30 at night this time. Any of those time periods between 9 and 10, 11. And kids hung out for the first hour. They passed out real quick though. They must have had a good time. They did some swimming. They're knocked out. I got my rest because I slept from about 4:30. So that's a decent chunk. See how I'm feeling later on, but I think I'm gonna figure out some of these stops. I think I'm gonna get right into the back seat and try to take a nap. I gotta make sure I get my iPad with an alarm that actually goes off, because earlier I had the alarm set and I didn't hear it make noise to go off. And if I'm going to do the live stream, I don't feel like taking my phone down and setting up an alarm on that. I just want to leave that right where it is. It's pretty cool that you can live stream and then updates for you, uploads for you when you turn it off. Up to 12 hours YouTube. I'm going to be honest, that's pretty dope. I don't have anywhere to put 12 hours of memories. 12 hours of memories, Google charges me for that memory. And on YouTube, all I have to do is give them my data and they store it for me. As long as they don't go later on, parents' photo albums, and look at everything, and find them and pull them out of storage. But if your mom or your grandma or your brother, they had a YouTube channel or a Facebook account and they've been posting pictures for years, I mean, it is pretty nice that you can jump on there, flick through real quick. My aunt's been putting up videos of my grandmother when she used to sing and dance all the time. I mean, these are things that I forget to go over to somebody's house and go see. And now I turn on my Facebook and on my homepage is my grandmother dancing and singing, and I'm sitting there like, wow, like I don't even have that on my phone. That's so dope to be able to see. That's so dope. So it's definitely a good way to create legacy, is make these videos, post something live, just start the conversation or talk. I mean, these kids will always be able to go back and see what dad was doing while they're in the back sleeping. Listen to what I was talking about. I might just be crazy and it's a late night. Who knows what I'm even saying. But I'm staying awake, doing my thing, So far it's been about $50 in charging. So that's pretty cool. I'll be able to look that up later on. But I mean, come on, what would this cost me normally with 2 kids? Let's say each plane ticket was round trip, $99 one way, $199 round trip. Or JetBlue, they used to have like the $79.99. That's what is that? 160. 160 times 3 is 450, $480 for plane tickets. Never mind, I got to get us to the airport. There goes another buck. $580, a tip, $600 just to get to your destination. Full self-driving, $99 a month. Jump behind the wheel. Don't worry about the mileage you put on your car because these things can take it. It doesn't have that many parts. It doesn't have engines and all sorts of things that vibrate and shake and get loose. It's minimal parts. There's minimal wear and tear. The wheels, because of the extra weight. I'm driving at nighttime. I don't even have the wheels on the hot black top for drive this long. Drive at nighttime. Get the off-peak hours with the charging. Drive with no traffic. Let your tires last on the wear and tear a lot better, especially when you're driving in the summertime or coming to a place like Florida, where North Carolina to Florida has definitely got steamy roads all summer. So, good reason to leave in the middle of the night. Try to get to your destination nice and early. Sleep during the day a bit and pump out the rest the next day. On the way home from Florida, I'm going to try to do it all in one sitting. I'll take some naps along the way, but I'm not going to take a long stop in North Carolina. I'm going to drive the 23 hours. It might be, if I'm lucky, I could get two 12-hour streams, which would be 18 hours with a bunch of naps. Right? What's that? 3, 4, 5? That would be with 5 hours of sleep. I mean, that works for me if I can get that done, if I can figure that out. I gotta keep the kids asleep though. They're gonna be awake for half of that. They're gonna drive me bananas in the back, but we'll figure it out. And if I can get the live stream to stay on, that would be dope. 12 hours, turn it off, turn it back on. Oh yeah, that's nice. I guess I could go a little faster. What's up, Chris? Your car is auto-driving while you are streaming. Except look at the road and make sure I put a little bit of weight on these handles, and it is doing everything while I chill and just chit chat. Yeah, man, jump on here, share the stream. I told 1 or 2 of my boys, but I know it's pretty late. Wait till you see some of the complicated parts where I get off the highway, and at this point I'm using the self-park every time just to show how it works. Whenever the lines are painted in the parking lots, the lines are fairly accurate, and this thing parks right in the middle. So apply slight turning force to the steering wheel. So you can see I just do that and it goes off, but it's dark out here, so it really wants me to make sure I'm paying attention. Every once in a while it actually doesn't yell at me too many times, and I'm kind of like, oh, how did I get so lucky? But it's definitely not going to happen while I'm live streaming because I ain't that lucky. But we'll see. One of these days you'll see I'm like half paying attention and the thing doesn't yell at me for anything. I've gone 45 minutes without it telling me to touch the steering wheel, and out here I can't go freaking, I want to say 45 seconds, to be honest. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I gotta interrupt. We're passing south of the border right now. Everybody talks about this place. Some people tell me it's the best steering wheel. You tell me I'm crazy. That was just about to be be able to see it at the bottom of the string. 45 seconds? That's wild. South of the border though, right in the middle. I passed it before. I don't know, I don't have time to stop there. Maybe on the way back, if I'm going to come the whole way, maybe that would be pretty cool to stop and walk around, but I'll probably be exhausted. We already have 2 stuffed animals in the back. We don't need to go home with any more. I've seen people jump in and out of the live stream for a while now. Pretty cool that anybody's jumped on, to be honest. It'd be great if I can get more than 3 or 4 people in the room at the same time. I haven't seen that. Maybe by morning time when people wake up. But right now, I know it's late. It's also a Saturday night, right? So everybody should be out. You should be out chilling, partying. A lot of birthdays going on this month. Does everybody have a birthday this month? Happy birthday, Shorty, on Tuesday that just passed. Happy birthday, Sunil, on happy birthday, Shorty, on Monday that just passed. Happy birthday, Sunil, on Tuesday. Happy birthday, T. Hayes, my man, PTB, baby, on Thursday. My grandmother's birthday that is past was on August 1st. My old dog's birthday was August 1st when I was a kid. My last dog's birthday was July 31st, along with my boy, Mr. Charles. My dog's name was Charles. We just got a new puppy recently. Guess what? We got it on Charlie's birthday, on July 31st. So the new dog's birthday is May 27th. But we got it on the day of my last dog's birthday, completely by mistake. Completely by mistake. We were trying to go a full year, and my homeboy Albert, shout out Albert, had these beautiful old Boston Bulldogs, bred as a working dog, and he had a litter of 8 breeder that he got his dogs from. I asked him for a puppy, and if he could breed his dogs, and of course his mama Nina gave a litter of 8. So I got lucky to be able to get a new family member to hang out with my wife and my kids and I. And right now the little puppy's at home, and she's been doing great. Her name was Choppa. We were gonna name the dog Rosie, but my son, I like Choppa. You can call her whatever you want. I'm gonna keep calling her Choppa. And now everybody seems to be calling her Choppa and not Rosie. So that's ridiculous. But that has me cracking up. I said, if you just do what you want in life, you know, I don't want my kid to go against me, but it's nice to know that if I'm not around, how he'll be able to handle himself and use his own brain to think for himself. He said right away, I'll just keep calling her Choppa. You call her Rosie if you want. I won't get mad at you. I was like, no, that's not going to help. I feel like that's going to confuse the dog. My boy goes, nah, you can call the dog 2 different names. As long as she gets used to both those names, like a name and a nickname. So we'll see if I call her Rosie, but my wife's taking care of her at home and told me she's been great. She's been using the wee wee pad and for both 1 and 2, and hasn't really messed up too much at all. I'd love to take the dog on some walks, but she's 9 weeks old and still needs 1 more shot at 12 weeks old before she can start getting her shots. So that's that for another 3 weeks. And you know what? We were trying to give ourselves time before getting a new dog because of the walks. So this is a good way to ease into it also. But right now Choppa's at home, taking care of the crib with Mama Dukes. So I wish you guys were here with us. But that's why, you know, that's why I tell this story. Because you are here with me. Alright, we got 18 minutes, and that was pretty awesome. I spoke the whole time. Trip a lot shorter than the station. I don't know why I switched the station, but we only have 18 minutes, 21 miles to the next charge station. I mean, that's fantastic. You know, I don't talk about it enough, but I ended up buying too many products on Tesla's app, but they're all things that I felt like were highly needed for my lifestyle with this car. God forbid anything happens out here, I have my own flat fix kit from Tesla that connects to the air pump that Tesla sells. I even have a second flat fix just in case I can replace the cartridge. So it shoots air into the tire, and it shoots the stuff that will seal the hole. So that's pretty awesome. I got the charging cable system that came with my car because I bought the car 2 years ago, and that was awesome because I didn't have to spend the extra money for the 12-volt charge cord. I mean, that helps out. I also got the touch-up paint, which I had to use one time for somebody that gave me a door dent, and I had a paintless dent removal guy. My homeboy, he came through and tapped and got that dent out nice and really made it that you couldn't tell anything. But I had the littlest paint mark, so I got the paint from Tesla. And they basically give you all the supplies for you to really do it yourself. Little tools, so that you can't even see anymore. But it's pretty cool when you get a couple of the things from the Tesla ecosystem, the things that I keep in the lower trunk where I never really go. I have 2 long extension cord cables, which sounds ridiculous, but I went to an Airbnb once and it was easy to plug into the wall outlet from a place that wasn't meant for a Tesla. And I did the same thing today at my cousin's, so that's the second time I've ever used the extension cord, which I didn't have to ask, hey, can I borrow one? That, you know, it's nice to have your own stuff. It doesn't take up too much room. Fits into a part in my trunk where nothing else really needs to go. What else? The air pump for the tires, for the flat fix. I mean, if anything happens out here, I should be able to, without taking off my tire, just quickly fill up the air in the tire, fix the flat with the flat fix container, and get going on the road again. I wish I could show where it is. It used to be down here. Can I do this? Yep, there we go. If I do that, that shows me all my odometer meters and everything. I go one more time, look at that, my PSI, it's a little off on some of my tires at the moment, but it shows the PSI of all my tires, so I can get that all correct. I also got the Tesla mattress. Got the Tesla mattress that fills up with air, and it fits the back with the seats down perfectly. It's been a nice lifesaver. I've used it at lunchtime, at work, get into the car, but it comes with an air pump. Air pump plugs into the 12-volt, pumps that thing right up, turn it around the piece, and it actually sucks the air out so that you can put this thing away in the lower trunk. Yeah, pretty awesome. My windshield wipers are going out off for no reason. Some people want to make fun of it, but it might be that it's getting a little foggy by the camera. It also might be, and I see that I've hit quite a number of big bugs. I'm going to use some windshield wiper fluid. If a bug hits right around the camera, people, that's one of those things that somebody wants to show you. Oh, look at how my windshield wipers go off for no reason. Yeah, well, if you put like a Post-it or a piece of tape over the camera so it looks like it's foggy, I mean, then I can show you from the inside how my windshield wipers go off for no reason, and I can make it happen. So some of these things happen, but I rented an Acura when I went to BMW when I went to Hawaii, and they had the automatic windshield wipers, and they went off randomly by themselves also. So you can see how this thing handles the highway. I'm really just got my hand on the steering wheel because I'm supervising, baby. I don't need to have anything happen and say like, oh, I trusted the car, oh, it did something stupid. I put my hands on the wheel. If the wheel goes to turn in a way that it's not supposed to, it turns off, but I can tell the lines were even just messed up over there. It takes the lanes amazingly. You'll actually see the high beams turn on and off. As long as there's no cars around, it will turn on the high beams in some dark areas. It will also turn on the high beams on curves. I was trying to show everybody earlier one of the newest updates here under lights. That was a few hours ago when I stopped in North Carolina. I took care of a quick update. By slight turning force, I can't look too long, it starts to yell at me. But it says auto high beam and adjust headlights for curves. So if that car wasn't in front of us and we're going to come up to a curve, I'll point it out. I think we're coming up to a curve over here. As long as it's not going to affect the people on the other side of the highway, you'll notice the auto brights come on over here. Adaptive headlights must be enabled while auto steer is active. So that goes on now, no matter what, with auto steering, in order to get a better view of what is in front of us on some big curves. So please share it. I definitely don't live stream often. I don't have that many subscribers, but I've been posting videos for a while. Started with gardening. You hung in there with me. I just reconnected. No problem. No problem. I got no music on in the car. Sorry about that. Turn on some music in your room so it feels like you're driving with me. Put on your choice of music. I can't get copyright infringement. I'm not even looking to get paid, but it turns off the live stream and doesn't save it. So I put in an earbud in my left ear, which I never drive with earbuds in, but just with my left ear. This way I have a little bit of music to keep me distracted. And I throw on some 90s hip hop. See if that dates me. And taking this long drive, it's a little boring. We were supposed to get to a charging station at 13%, and a little while ago it reallocated to me getting to a charging station much sooner, a different part of South Carolina, instead of where I have it saying on the title. Now we are arriving at Florence, South Carolina. Okay, so we didn't see this a minute ago, but I could explain. 10 minutes left in the drive, 12 miles away, 11 miles away. Preconditioning battery for fast charging. The car will precondition the battery to warm up so that when you supercharge, you don't destroy the integrity of your battery from it heating up too quick in the cells. If you don't put in the directions to where you're going and you're going to go to a supercharger, your battery won't know to precondition. So it needs to be preconditioned. The blue light it just wants me to touch the steering wheel more. So that's how you know I'm in full self-driving, is this blue line and everything. So when you see that blue light come up, it's because I don't have enough pressure on the sides. But what I was trying to say is that it needs to warm up the batteries and precondition them for you to charge at a supercharger and not destroy the integrity of the battery. So if I want to drive to a supercharger without putting the directions in, that's actually not such a good idea. One of the things that I love and hate, a little bittersweet about Tesla, is that even when I'm going home from 15 minutes away and I know where I am, I always put in the directions now. Because if you want to turn on full self-driving for a moment, the car needs to know where it's going. You can't just turn it on when you're going down the block. You're just going to keep going down blocks until you pass where you want to go. So if it doesn't know you're going to a supercharger, it doesn't know to precondition the battery, it doesn't have a button for you to press here in order for it to start to precondition. So it would be pretty awesome if it did that, but you also don't want to turn on your thing to precondition by mistake. So I mean, I guess it knows better. So it looks like we are 9 minutes away. If you guys want to hang in, or if the one person that's left wants to hang in for the 9 minutes, you'll see what it's like when I get off the highway. I'm gonna let the car do it all by itself. I mean, you can see here on the screen, I can turn around, see nobody's behind me at the moment. This person's going in front of me right now. I mean, it's very, it's 100% accurate. So in about 8 minutes, you'll see me get off the highway. You'll see where are we at here. When I get off the highway, we're gonna get off in 0.2 miles. It's only gonna be 400 feet. Every one of these Tesla charging stations is in a really good area. I can touch the charging station here. It's gonna tell me that there is, let's see, bathroom, place to eat, coffee, and shop in there. It tells me peak and off peak hours. It says that it charges 38 cents per kilowatt no matter what the time of day is. And It says that there's only one other car en route with 16 stalls available and 250 kilowatts of driving. So, close this up. I click on the top over here again so it zooms in. And we're gonna let this finish up the drive over here. I'm not gonna turn it off when we get there. I'm gonna leave it on this time. I'm gonna try to leave it on for the whole 9 hours. And I'm gonna briefly talk before I get in the back and try to take a 20-minute nap while it charges. But you're gonna notice, I get out, I plug it in, it's gonna start charging, it's gonna say the percentage, it's gonna say how long until it needs to charge to get to my next destination. And yes, I can leave it charging a little bit longer to get a little further. When you get to your destination, when I get to a charger with, watch this with the truck. See this truck here? Take the shoulder. You're gonna see the car take the shoulder, even here, if you can't see. And then you'll see us come right back to the center. But when I get over there, I'm gonna take a nap in the back. I'm gonna leave it. You'll see the charging time and stuff. Then I'm gonna get back in and we're gonna continue our drive to the next charging station, which you can see over here is at Yosemite, South Carolina, after Florence, South Carolina. So that's the plan at the moment. 6 minutes away. Yeah, we'll keep doing this. We got a little bit of iced tea left. I have another iced tea in the frunk. You guys know I have a frunk. I mean, I throw in some ice packs in there. I have all the cold food. I have all the snacks over here. To be really honest, I didn't think about it, but I'm gonna have myself a Chips Ahoy cookie. Thank you, honey. Thanks for checking me out. Just stopped to eat a snack. I got 6 minutes to get to the charging station. So you guys will see how I get off the highway with full self-driving, how it does it all by itself. You'll see I pretty much usually find the stalls of the superchargers fine, unless it wants to pull me to the front entrance of the store in front there. I should be able to hit the auto park by itself. I'll get out, I'll charge it. I'm going to disappear to the back. If you want, you could always check out the stream later on. But you can check out how long it takes to charge, what it's like to supercharge. I mean, if I don't go straight into the back to take a nap, usually I get out, I take a snack, I go use the bathroom. By the time I get back to the car, it's got 5 minutes left. It's got 2 minutes left. I get ready to turn on Netflix. I never have any time. Never have any time. So we got one person watching right now. I'm also going to see if I can turn this camera a little bit later on so we can look out the window a bit better, but I really don't want to mess with the good thing. It looks pretty good right now. You can see the wheel, you can see the screen. The blue line means that I'm in full self-driving, otherwise that would have gone away. Rainbow Road is just a feature because it's promoting itself to 90s babies, I can tell you that. The video games on here are mostly like Atari and some 8 and 16-bit games, Asteroid or whatever games are on here. It won't let you play them while driving, thank goodness. But if you get like the Model 3 refresh, I mean, you got the screen in the back and the kids are able to use it without disturbing your screen in the front, so that's pretty cool. Can't wait for the Model Y to get the refresh. We're 4 minutes away. I wouldn't doubt it if the car gets ready to turn on its blinker and pull into the right lane. You can see it's using the auto brights because there's no cars on the highway. I mean, it automatically will do things like that in order to get a better vision further away, as long as it's not going to distract other drivers. So I see a truck really far up there, and it doesn't look like that my high beams are. It looks like that the high beams just went off when I said that because I'm catching up to that truck a little bit. Now that it turned off the high beams, I wonder if you're gonna just be able to start seeing the truck here in the at the line where it loses sight. All right, 2 miles away from the exit. You can see the speed limit sign is here. That's how much power we're using. I have it set to 77, so I'm telling it, hey, I'm the supervisor. You trust me. And there goes the truck that it saw up there. It's right out of its view because no high beams on. Full self-driving. This isn't even the newest version that he's been talking about that just started getting released. I'm waiting for that. But this is the last version, and it's working fantastic. I'll pull it up on the screen here. Let's see, software. Full self-driving. This is version up here means that I haven't been touching the steering wheel enough. It tries to tell me it's getting mad at me. Look at that. Look at how it takes the shoulder a little bit over there. So we're getting ready to come up to the exit. The car will slow down on its own, but why not turn it down to the actual speed limit? I scroll the wheel twice. It drops it by 5 miles per hour twice. You guys are here at a non-boring time at the moment. We're about to get off the exit here, and the superchargers are right here outside the exit. I'm going to try to not touch the wheel as much as possible. My feet are off of the pedal and the brake. Even though we have a speed limit 70 miles per hour, it is now slowing us down to 65 and 62 because it knows that we're about to get off the highway. All right, I don't care what anybody says. This thing is amazing. What's up, Chris, baby?
Chris Hughes says,
Wow. You came at the right time, baby. Check this out for a second. Just pull that away. We're getting ready to get off over here. Okay, it looks a little confusing over here. Like sometimes I'd question, what am I supposed to do? I swear, this thing makes better decisions than me. I see the charging stations over here to the right. You can check this out. I can see that's all painted yellow. That's what I'm talking about. As long as it's painted correctly, the car knows what's going on. All right. See, speed limit 45. It knows not to go 45. Not where we are. It looks like we're at Buc-ee's. We're at Buc-ee's over here. See, I'm not touching the wheel. It needs me to touch a little bit. Let's see what it's doing. Where is it going? I'm going to say that's interesting. The chargers are to the right. Are we going to navigate the parking lot a little bit? I can take over right now. It usually brings me directly to the chargers, but every once in a blue. I just want to see. It wants to navigate the parking lot for a minute. Are we just going to stop here? Is this? Nope, that's a stop sign. Let's see. It's going to take us directly to the chargers. I think that it just took a little bit of a silly turn there. But you know what? I'm probably wrong, and I bet you that there wasn't a... No, it wants to bring me... That's silly. It wants to bring me out to go back around. It didn't see that there was an easier place to pull up for the chargers there. So the chargers are, that was right to the right. Silly goose. You know, it ain't perfect. They'll figure that out, but usually it brings me right to the chargers. Yeah, this place, Buc-ee's, is pretty big. I mean, we might go in there to go to the bathroom, and I'll just take the kids with me. But check this out. I like to take, which parking space would I take, Chris? You think I'd take the far away one?
Has it been 2 hours?
No, I will. No, we actually picked a different charging station by mistake. I mean, not by mistake, but the car switched over.
Well, then how long has
There we go.
How long has it been?
You're gonna see. Let this park by itself in this stall. It was about an hour and 44 minutes. We left at around midnight. And you know what? This is interesting. I didn't even think about this. But when I park, I'm going to put it in camera mode. And you'll see. You'll see how fast it takes me to... Let's see. If I do this... Right? Oh, no. That's... Oops. That's my records. Right? And I bring this up. You can see what it takes for somebody to charge. That's nice. 2 for 2. I did self-parking, and it needs to go back like half an inch in order for the wire to fit. Why not put on the camera so that you could see me fail? All right, I'm gonna take a break, or I'm gonna go inside. You'll see right here.
Can you buy me some stuff?
Let's see, that's the car. It says right now that I'm going to get to Yosemite, South Carolina with negative 27% because we only have 32%. So We're about to charge, and we'll see that all change in a few minutes. When I go like this and I close the car door, check this out.
Dad, can I go with you? I need to go to the bathroom.
Jump out, kiddo.
Can I go barefoot or?
Just jump out for a second. You'll see the charger now. Huh. You know what? Is this charge equipment not ready? See equipment instructions to charging. You know what? Go figure. A couple of first timers. Get back in. Come in. That charger might be broken. Things that never happen at a charging. But you know what? That's a fairly accurate way to see what can go wrong. All right, just parked myself this time. And that's what that's supposed to look like. So now you can see we're charging at a speed of 139 kilowatts per hour, 20 minutes remaining to continue the trip. I'm gonna walk away for a minute.
Wait, can I? Do I just leave the door
Remember what I told you? If you're gonna do it, you use the door. I'll stand here.
Let's get in.
Okay. Make sure your feet are clean. Good boy. All right, let me see something. Can I fix this the littlest bit? All right, a little bit better. We can see a little bit more of the road when I drive. What's up, whoever's here? 2 people. I'm gonna pop out for a second, grab a snack from the front, get into the back. It says I have 20 minutes remaining. If you want, feel free to come back in 20 minutes. You'll see me pull out of here, get onto the highway, and then it might get boring for a moment again. You know what? Whatever this time, right now. All right. So you can see the numbers are all over here. Because I'm at 43%, it's not going to go to the full 240 kilowatts per second because it's already too close to the finish line. So it's going to be 20 minutes to charge from 35% like it just did to 80, but it also probably would have been like 25% to go from 15% to 80. It charges so much faster when you start off at a much lower number. see you watching, kiddo. Have you been noticing how the kilowatts per second have been going down from the 150 down to 96?
Mm-hmm.
The AI software tells it to charge slightly slower as we get closer to the finish line, so it doesn't overpack the batteries and get away from it. So it charges the most at the beginning, and then even though it's a supercharger, it doesn't charge a super fast speeds as you get closer to 80%, which is all calculated at the very beginning of all this. So I'm gonna get another iced tea from the front, throw this out, and looks like we'll be getting going in just a few minutes, 10 minutes.
I'm thirsty.
Charge limit 80%. You're thirsty? Check out what I got here for you. Hell's ginger ale.
Mm.
All right. Don't spill it. Give it back when you're done.
Are you streaming right now?
I am, and one person's there, so that's pretty dope. There were 2 people before. I've seen one person jump on and off at least like 10, 15 times, so it's gonna be a long stream. I mean, it's gonna be throughout the middle of the night, but either way, it'll save all the streams later. It'll save the whole stream later. On the way coming over here, I practiced. I had it on private 2, 3 times. It's probably on private now. I don't even know. But the first stream I did was working out well. See this supercharger Yosemite? Now it says -1 we're gonna get there in. So that means in 1% we'll be able to make the next destination by the skin of our teeth, which is why there's 9 more minutes remaining, because it's gonna want us to get to the next destination with more charge.
Okay. Also, why do I think Yosemite is like a place in like Washington or something?
Why do I think Yosemite is a place in Washington? Yosemite Park.
Oh yeah.
Is it in Washington State?
It's around there.
It's around
Like
there.
Oregon.
Oregon? My son is so good with geography. That's wild.
Yeah.
Did you just turn 10 years old?
Yes.
You're gonna tell me about the West Coast?
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I think so. That's pretty good.
I learned the 50 states in school.
I know, but the fact that you remember where that park is at the moment's pretty good. And it still has our destination getting there at 11:42, so that's counting charging. That's not
In the morning.
that's not changing. Well, it just changed in front of us, 11:41. You can see now it's down to 86 kilowatts
So,
per second.
what time are we gonna get to Florida?
Race other drivers at this location and add your name to Beach Buggy. Start race. All right, that's dope. Play special content. Receive Uno PTB. Receive game notifications. Create profile. I don't know. Your profile name allows friends to find you when playing multiplayer. I don't want to play offline. I want to play online. Why does it say play offline? Play offline? What about play online? I never saw that this had online, but this is Tesla's racing game. And actually, this is pretty damn cool to be able to show you while I'm at a station. Let's see. Let's choose a robot. And model performance, model S clad, unplugged performance, start count. Oh yeah, really? Let's go with the Model S clad.
I've never seen that model, whatever. Like
Performance.
the head thing or whatever.
I'd like to see what the online thing is, but I'll just show you guys this at first.
I don't want to wait that up though.
Okay, so I'll lower the volume.
It's loud.
Oh, you can't lower the volume. That's okay. And it's just a steering wheel, and it just goes. There's no brake. definitely don't play this game often.
See,
steering
can I
is
try
very-
a bunch of games like this?
The steering is very sensitive.
I play a game like this on Roblox.
Do you?
Yeah.
It's a good thing that I don't drive like this in real life. Very Mario Kart-ish.
I play a game like this on Roblox since 2 months.
If I hit the R that way? Oh, okay. I was like, which button is that? Okay, I figured it out. Alright, can I catch up to these fools? We'll try to get something. Ooh, that's not good. Super Mario Kart, that's like, I just lost it. What does that do? I don't even know how to use these. I don't play this game often at all, but I have played before, just to check it out. It's got a little bit of a Cruising USA feel. Let's see. Ooh, okay. I'm definitely doing better now that I figured out the steering. Super sensitive. Ooh, I missed that. That stinks. Oh yeah? You turn on your sirens? I'm following behind you, so you know you're not pulling me over, baby.
No, I think he is.
Fifth. Not good at all.
Can I try?
I love you, Max. No, not right now. Because... Oh, what is this? Why is it doing a second one? Alright, and L? What is that? Okay. Speaker thing? I'll let you play at home, or when we get to Grandpa's, then you could always jump in here and play. I really just wanted to try the online thing so I could race other people from this station, like it said. And then it didn't look like it connected, and maybe I got impatient, but I didn't see a loading sign
I
or
don't
anything.
think anyone is.
Oh, is it because nobody here is playing? Oh, maybe you're right. I thought it was going to go against people that like have played before. But you're right. I think you're probably right. Oh, no, no, no. That is not good. Yeah, well, that's it. I destroyed my first place run.
Nobody's playing at the station.
Oh, yeah, that was a waste.
That one's not even a Tesla.
Yeah, nobody's even got a Tesla here?
No, I mean,
Oh, yeah, that's a different... Oh, no, that's a Tesla next to us.
right there.
Yeah, I stopped and I looked. I can't look out the window, but it's all good. I'm already losing. At this point, I'm just doing this for fun. Shits and giggles is what they say. Oh, great. Yeah, I went right through the bees. Oh, and through the flowers, too. Great. Everybody got me. Let's see. Can I get one of these things? Nice. Let's see if I can zap this guy. I don't even know what I did.
Like in Mario Kart?
Yeah, you think that it made them minimal? They made them small? Oh goodness, it looks like people drop things everywhere. Alright, here goes rockets. Nope, I'm out of bounds. That's, what a waste. After this. I don't know why it even did another round. I never saw that. Usually... Let's see. Fifth again. Oh wow, same game. Oh, because I hit retry before, I bet.
Yeah, you did.
Leaderboard. You need an online profile. Please exit the app. Okay. Settings. Back. Back in. Two minutes remaining. And if we go over here to Toy Box, right? What is it?
I want to see the most.
Over here to Arcade. Special content. Create online profile. Random. No, I don't want random. Let's try Uno. 1. That's it. Receive game. Do they? Come on, I don't see my play special content. I'm really just trying this out. Where's special content on here? Connect to local supercharger leaderboard. Compete against other drivers. Here we go. Every location has its own unique leaderboard. You must be, oh wow, I must be in the vicinity of other cars. Okay. Alright, so this means that it's gonna save it to this location. That's wild. I've never seen that. Well, that really just changes things up on this. It's like online play.
What do you mean?
So without somebody being here, it's going to save my score and at least lock it down and put my name down here. Let's see. So this way it's like if I want my name to be on the board, I should play at each charging station. Like old school times with video games, and we used to, oh goodness gracious. And we used to get our names on the video game, and you'd see it there until somebody beat you, and then until you wanted to beat them again. You had to throw in some quarters to get your name on that. Who remembers that? Oh my goodness, I am not that great at this steering. Super freaking slick. Trying to catch up to people. Should be done charging in a moment. Well, you have enough energy to finish your ride. Thank you very much. I just want to get a good score to see if I can get my name on the leaderboard before we leave. Whoa, what was that? That's not good. Go through the fire. Don't go through the fire. Look at that, I got in 7th over there. Continue. Really dope. Dope, dope, dope. That's brand new that this game has been on here. How do I know I can do that. 1 minute to charge limit. So that's pretty much it. Special content, Bluetooth. That is awesome. I have to say, that's new. And these are the rest of the games. Castle Doomland. Controller required. I have a controller in here. Play game. That's special content. That's new. That's the only Tesla game that they made themselves. Okay, we are ready to go. And if you hang on, you'll see us pull out of here. I'll see what it does from the parking lot too. We'll look just to see. All right. All right, see? Well, maybe I had the door blocking. Did I have that blocking? You can see how quick that goes. Let's see. All right. All right. Says that we're going to get to you know, I kept saying Yosemite. That is not that word at all. Yemacy, South Carolina. Wow. I'm dyslexic as all hell.
I was like, I don't know if Yosemite is in.
I thought that it just had the same name. This definitely wants to come out a peculiar way. Do I let it go through the parking lot? Let's let it go through the parking lot.
If it's smart, then it'll take a turn that way.
Which way did you think it should go? could have made it right over there.
That way.
All right, there's still somebody hanging with us. Maybe it's Chris. Well, whoever it is, thanks for chilling out with us. See if other people join now that I get going again. So you can see the black line right here. That means that it's a stop sign, and it's telling me like I'm coming to a full stop. Apply slight turn in force. So see, while it's doing its thing, it just kind of wants to feel a little bit of resistance on the steering column. It's gonna come up here and it's gonna make a U-turn, which is fine. I guess that's what you need to do over here. But you can see the white line. Should be pretty good about following it here. Let's turn on these lights. You can see some cars behind us. I see them back there. I don't know why I don't see it on the... Oh, there they go. Just popping up. I guess they were too far. And here goes a roundabout. I give a little bit of touch on the wheel so don't yell at me. And check it out. This is totally normal. That's why I said it'll be a lot more fun when I'm off the highway for a moment. But it's gonna jump right back on. God bless. You're welcome. Shows us the red light up here ahead of time.
Well, I've never seen. Now I can
Well,
tell
if you can
my.
move.
Now I can tell my friends I've seen the world's largest gas station.
The world's largest gas station. You know what's funny is that every gas station that we've come by that has a supercharger, I mean, it's like gas station, supercharger, food, bathroom. Tesla's super awesome. You want to know something? Whenever you get to these superchargers, they make little dog-friendly parks, and look right out the window. See the sign? It's got a picture of a dog. It had things to pick up after your dog. It usually has a thing sometimes to clean your windshield wipers. I don't know if you can see over here, but I got the dog over here for dog mode. Can you see back here? I have it in a little, instead of a bobblehead, I have a dog mode. Here, check this out. We're going on to the entrance right here. You can see it on the map here. And
See dog mode?
but the dog mode character that I have here, we got a dog mode. So when I go to the air conditioner over here on the side when I'm parked is an icon for the dogs. It makes it so that when you leave your dog inside your car, it says on screen with the picture of dog mode, like this little character, it says, "Oh, I'm at a happy whatever temperature. Please do not worry, my owner will be back soon." And as the owner, you're allowed to you can see the temperature, and you can see the dog with the camera and everything through the screen. I'm a little distracted because I realized I wanted to do something at that stop that I didn't do. Not a big deal though. I forgot I wanted to charge my daughter's iPad. I want to charge my iPad because my music turned off. And it's all good. I could be silent for a little while, but we're back on the highway. The last time was 45 miles an hour, right? I'm the supervisor. It's a little slow on this highway. Oh, it just switched to 70 right there. I don't know what it just saw that it didn't see before. But now I'm up to 75, and you'll see how it just gets ready to take off. That's about being a supervisor. You have to sometimes tell it like, what's going on? Why are we going so slow, or something like that.
So fast.
Why are we going so fast? We're speed limit 70, so we shot up to 75. So an hour and 52 minutes. So about an hour and 45 minutes before the next exciting moments. I mean, hopefully we have no exciting moments on the highway. It should just be a straight shot. Let's see, 135 miles until exit 33. I mean, why would you not want full self-driving? Everybody tells me, oh, driving so much fun, driving so much fun. How much fun do you have driving? What are you hitting 120? Are you 16? No, I just want to get there safe. I just want to get there, in one piece. So if this is as bad as it's gonna get, and it can only get better from here between updates, I want this. This is gonna keep my children safe. And when government officials and people are handed the numbers on how many people's lives this is saving and how many interventions there are per million miles instead of 100,000 miles, I think that we're going to see everybody say yes to this instead of no to this. And one day we're going to be looking in the past, into the past and say, or in the future, we're going to be looking into the past and say, how did we ever allow humans to drive? What in the world were we thinking? We allowed people to drive these weapons? Like, that sounds stupid, because of course you're always going to be able to drive, right? If it's your hobby, people fly airplanes that are, you know, model airplanes that are amazing, and drones and stuff. But don't think for a second that the insurance companies aren't going to hit you over the head. The registration from the state isn't going to hit you over the head. And when there's too many electric vehicles and they want to start pushing more gas vehicles, combustion engine vehicles, ICE vehicles, you'll start seeing the numbers mellow out. But don't think that ICE vehicles aren't going to have full self-driving. They're definitely going to have full self-driving. You're going to buy from Tesla. Tesla's way too ahead. I don't care what you tell me about any Waymo or anything. They got 2 people back at the offices ready to take over at any given second. And they do small towns, and it's all mapping. As you can see, I am out into the world. I'm driving across the United States. If I put this thing at my job, which is like a compound, it drives on the roads correctly until it finds its way out with one of the gates. It might pull up to a gate that doesn't open anymore and sit there and wait. But that's when you supervise and you back it off. When full self-driving is taken over, you'll see it'll back off on its own. And it doesn't need to do that yet. It knows how to back up, but clearly that's a more dangerous thing to do. So we don't do it yet. We're not going to get in trouble. We got to make regulators see that this is amazing. Every time you hear about a Tesla accident, trust me, if I want, I have to put some slight force. If I want, look, I can hit the gas, and I could make it do things that I'm telling it as a supervisor. So if somebody says, oh, it didn't brake, well, you know what? When Tesla comes at you and says, well, their foot was on the pedal, their foot was probably on the pedal. I mean, the data's there. It's recording everything. So I was showing people before, check this out, the dome lights. I could use my voice for everything. Turn on dome lights. Turn off dome lights. Now, when I turn them on manually, it doesn't turn off with my voice, but they won't stay on when I get out of the car, as long as my phone walks away. See the temperature? It's 68 degrees. I'm hot. And it said try again for some reason, but it just lowered it to 65. It usually goes down by 3 degrees, up 3 degrees. I'm cold. Temperature increased by 3 degrees. I can turn on heated steering, heated seats. If I look at this too long though, it's gonna yell at me. So I'm gonna keep my eyes forward a little bit here. Let's widen the screen. I see 2 people are hanging out. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for chilling with me. If anything is keeping me awake, just running my mouth, keep talking. People tell me I should have a podcast half my life. I mean, if I'm gonna podcast, I need this live stream thing. I don't want to do any editing. I just want to kind of go and get it done. Yeah, I'm totally down though. I have an AirPod in my ear. My iPad should be charged again. I'm going to turn on some music for myself. And I'm going to turn it on in my AirPod. Why are we slowing down? Speed limit 60. So I'm just going to boost that back up because people are still going 70. But we passed a sign, I guess, that just changed the speed limit 60. But I'm using an AirPod because of the live stream will get canceled if I play music. So if you're watching and you're bored, turn on some music. Yeah, it wants me to pay attention. It notices when I start looking down too long or anything like that. Let's see. I wish that I did this at the last charging station. I completely forgot. It was playing in my ear and it turned off for a second. Let's see, Wi-Fi. iPhone. Alright, just using my hotspot from the phone. See, and as long as I pay attention, it lets me look away from the road for a moment longer, which is really all I need. Alright, some 90s hip-hop. What we got on? Nas, Hate Me Now. That's where we're gonna start. Go Diddy. Thanks Diddy. Thanks for messing up everything. Sorry, my language. All right, we're still charging. Everything's good. So I got something in on my ear over here, so it's like I'm driving with a little music, even though I'm hanging out with you guys. Yeah, an hour and 46 minutes. We're gonna get to Yamasis. Sorry, I can't read that. And please pay attention to the road. So now I got yelled at twice in a short period of time. I don't want it to yell at me again, so I'm gonna try to just pay attention to the road for a while and not look at the screen for a bit. Yeah, so Tesla. It's not just all about Teslas. We can talk about anything, but showing off the full self-driving and what it's capable of is really amazing. While I don't even have the newest update, which I'm waiting for, it should be here any day now. But everybody's been talking about how, why does that look like a truck? That is not a truck. That is the weirdest shaped truck I've ever seen in my life. Do you see that? That is hilarious. That's a car. All right, that's a, oh, there we go. Thank you. We turned into a car. I guess it's a little dark out here. That's ridiculous. So, yeah, on my way to Sarasota, Florida. Hour and 45 minutes to the next charging station. I'm going to pay attention to the road because what I was trying to explain to people before is that if you don't pay attention to the road and you ignore its warnings by like trying to close your eyes or just be a fool and not putting your hand on the steering wheel, you get yelled at. Now I'm going to tell you, being an adult, you don't get yelled at very often. Well, when it yells at you, it's right. And the option too is to wake up with yourself trying to fall asleep and hitting some trucker bumps. I'd rather the thing beep at me and tell me to get my eyes on the road because it sees what I'm looking at, and to get my hand on the wheel. If you ignore it and you get yelled at 5 times, and it doesn't let you get yelled at 5 times in a row, it actually turns off the system. It doesn't let you turn it back on for at least a 5-10 minute drive period unless you pull over, turn it off, and turn it on. But you get yelled at 5 times, you lose your full self-driving for a week like you're punished. You pay $99 a month. I mean, it's like you just got fined $25, which isn't a big deal. But you also don't have the capability of driving home in full self-driving if you drove yourself to Florida, and you really don't want to lose the ability to have it full self-drive on the way home. So I've got 1 strike as of this trip. I haven't had a strike in over a year and a half, and my other strikes erased without me ever getting punished. So I don't know if that was an update or a certain amount of time, but that strike is going to raise my insurance price if I had Tesla insurance. Now Tesla insurance is not on the coast, on the East Coast yet, but they're going to look at those things, and the better you drive, you're going to pay dirt cheap insurance. It's going to be worth it for you to have full self-driving, and the worse you drive, it's going to go up in price. And as full self-driving takes over and your hand comes off the wheel, Tesla's going to be insuring their own product. It's not going to be it's not going to cost what a regular vehicle costs. Excuse me. Probably got to drink some of my steak. So you don't want to get yelled at too many times. So now they yelled at me twice in a close period. I'll pay attention for a while, so this way it doesn't yell at me for a while. So if it happens again later on, it wasn't like I wasn't listening 3, 4, 5 times in a row. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. There's a lot of rules, but when you're driving the roads, I'm not really totally against rules. I mean, I make mistakes. Other people make mistakes. This we have all the rules in front of us with our 2 eyes. This thing's got 8 cameras. It's got 7 cameras really. You want to count the inside one, but it sees all around and is able to make decisions based on AI, which is or large language sets. And when we come up to intersections now, it's even calculating the percentage of a car coming from the right or a car coming from the left, and which one's more likely to happen before it kind of makes its next decision. So you tell me how you're going to figure that out. When your kid is in the car, you will care a lot more than when you're in the car. Let's just say that. So, so yeah, we're out. We got Rainbow Road on. That's where our rainbow comes from. The blue line means that we're in full self-driving. Rainbow Road, everything's to Mario Brothers and whatever we lived like in the 90s. I swear that racing game has to be like Tesla's version of Cruis'n USA. It doesn't let you touch the brake or the pedal. Like, you can touch it, but it doesn't do anything for the game, so it's just full speed. And that's so that, you know, you don't do something stupid. I don't think that the car would take off and drive if you were in park, but I guess it's better just to keep people from doing that. And yeah, so just a couple of the things. Check this out using Google Maps over here. I can zoom in. I can check out. There's a pool over there. That must be a pretty nice house. To be able to see the pool from Google Maps like that. But I won't look at the screen too long again. We're going 75 into 70. See plenty of cars behind me. Let's see. If I turn this, you can see that there's a truck in the lane behind me.
Yeah, there is.
Yep, there is. Thanks, buddy. You're awake watching with me? Listen to me talk non-stop. Cool. I see a couple of people are watching. That's cool. So yeah, an hour and 30 minutes before I get off the next spot. You guys saw how long it took to charge from 30% to 80%. It's going to be interesting. You see me get to this place at 16%. It's only going to take a few minutes extra for that extra 15% from 16 to 35 because of because it's going to start at a much faster charging speed because we're so far away from what I would call as the finish line. Finish line of my car is 80%. When you drive long distance, they tell you can fill it up to 90%, 95%. Why overpack your battery if it takes longer to charge? I don't need a longer charge. I need to just get to the next charging station. It's going to start with a quicker speed because of the supercharging. When I get to my pops and I got low battery, I'm going to plug in using his 12 volt, and I'm gonna, or actually, what is it called? What is it called? The plug for the washer dryer. It's really for the dryer. It's called oh boy, a something 40.
There.
Yep.
I just saw a sign, like pointing into the direction of Buc-ee's.
Pointing in the direction of Buc-ee's back there. Yeah.
It said Buc-ee's accepting mode.
Yeah. But anyway, you could plug into the plug with the sideways plug that looks like it's like an air conditioner. DCM 40, something M40. I'm trying to remember right now. I don't really use that. But I'll plug in over there, and if I get to a supercharger while I'm in Florida, I'll be good. But something funny, I go to my cousin's place, and today I didn't really want to bother the guy. I was fine, but last year when I came down, he saw I had a Tesla. He came over and saw my license plate was from New York, and he said, yo, just kind of ranting about how, trust me, I have enough subscribers to be taken serious, but not enough subscribers to be anybody special. I got this on a live stream. I'm clearly not editing. I want to show everybody just how much full self-driving helps you live a better lifestyle. I mean, I don't have to, wow, this truck really wants to, and I don't want to battle him. Let's see, you're going to see the car pull over to the left a little bit and start hugging the shoulder. And I can paddle him, but that's not going to be fun. I'd rather him behind me than in front of me. I also don't need to get pulled over by the cops by going faster. It's probably better then. So I'm going to slow down a little bit. Let's let this truck go. Look at how I take the left shoulder. You'll see the car center itself a little bit as it passes. And now there's another truck behind me, but he doesn't look like he's trying to speed up. This one looks like he did not want to be behind me. So now I have to be behind him. Great. That's fine.
I mean, you could speed up to like 90.
I could speed up to like 90. I don't think Full Self-Driving really wants me to go over 80. I did go over 80 in Florida before on those 4-lane highways. This has 2 lanes. It's pretty dark out. There's no point in trying to, that's one of the things about Full Self-Driving. I'm not gonna let a little road rage bother me. I've got it in full self-driving, and I don't want to take it out. Not only am I doing a live stream, but even if I wasn't doing a live stream, I want to keep it in full self-driving so I can relax. If I'm going to take it out and take it in and do all this, I'm creating issues.
The other truck is catching up.
Yeah, I bet it is. I slowed down just a little bit. If they pass me too, they pass me. It'd be nice if they see an exit, or if one of them slows down, I'll speed back up. Look at how you see all the cones I'm passing on the side. It doesn't miss anything. Yeah, thanks for the thumbs up. Thanks for checking me out. A bunch of people jumped on. Nobody gave me a thumbs up. That's super cool. The thing, if you can, for late at night. Oh, look at that! Look at that truck as he swerves and loses control. Wow, isn't that beautiful? I'm glad I'm not right next to him. And they say everything happens for a reason. He just freaking... Why did it, to see his whole trailer go over the lines like that? It's like he freaking reached over and dropped his eyeglasses. Freaking dummies. You have to drive a truck like that, that's where you need a Tesla semi-truck. To be honest, they got the hardest job ever. Drive this many hours all the time. He looks like he's slowing down now. So let's see if I go to 82. Yeah, he looks like he's slowing down now because he's realizing he's probably tired. I really do not want to be behind a truck that big that's going to be swerving it all. I'll get up here and I'll bring it back down to about 79.
What is a Tesla semi-truck?
Tesla Semi?
They have that?
Yeah, man. Actually, Pepsi and who was the other person that started with the Tesla Semi? I think Frito-Lay's, because it's also Pepsi conglomerate. You gonna search it up?
Yeah,
My son didn't know about the Tesla Semi. You want to check out the Tesla Semi? The cab has a seat in the middle. Full self-driving, no double clutch system. The drivers are going to be able to drive across the United States. Right now they're doing the West Coast so that they actually put the charging stations where Pepsi needs them specifically.
I don't have internet.
I know you don't have internet. We'll check it out later on. But they put the Tesla semi-truck stations at good intervals for them. And when they get up to par, the person is going to get inside one truck and drive. And the rest of the Tesla semis are going to be able to follow that truck like a train.
So basically...
So we'll only need one driver for multiple trucks.
So how?
Well, one guy is going to drive one on full self-driving, and he'll be the supervisor, and he'll make sure that the fleet stays behind him. And maybe every 4 or 5 cars they'll put another driver in to supervise. But they'll be able to move more than one load at a time. Buttons, let all these things park into the correct spots, and then they can get out and finish off their shift by actually disconnecting the trailers.
So isn't Tesla semi-truck like an actual that someone can drive?
It's an actual truck, but they don't understand that the cab of a truck is the full truck. The back is called the trailer, and the truck can connect to any trailer.
Like people like go in the other ones?
No, somebody drives the front, and the back has all of the products that they drive. So they might even drive to the Tesla dealership, or they might drive Pepsi to all the places that pick up Pepsi, or from plant to plant they might stuff.
So can someone buy it?
Somebody can buy the Tesla Semi. People are online for it. Pepsi is the one that has the first deal with them. You want to know something pretty awesome that the Tesla Semi can do? It can actually give its energy back out of the grid. So that means that the Tesla Semi can be used not only to haul a load, but you can use it to power an entire concert venue, or Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, depending on the size of the concert. You can even bring it to go get charged at some point in the middle of the night, or bring in a different Tesla Semi while the other one leaves to go charge. And you can have consistent power in a place like the middle of the desert.
So where can I sign up?
Where can I sign up? You're hilarious. Yeah, man. So people think that like the Tesla Semi, like this is going to be something that is going to make a big difference. I think that this is going to make a huge difference on shipping products across the United States. They're going to save so much money. They have so much weight on their trailer that the regenerative braking actually works better. So I've told people before, this is the line, this bar shows. If you see I hit it, I give it some energy. Watch, if I give it, here goes somebody passing me. If I give it a little bit of, not gas, but acceleration, watch this. The line is going to go up. I'm using energy from the battery. See when I took off of it? Watch what happens when I take off of it. I give it energy, we go faster. When I take it off, see when it comes green? That's regenerative braking. It only did that because I have it in full self-driving and it's set for 80. So if we go to 82, it uses the regenerative braking. It doesn't use my brakes. So that's another thing I love about this car because I don't need brake pads. I barely use my brakes, just enough to keep them fresh. Most owners don't have to change the brake pads. So in 2 years so far, I bought 2 gallons of windshield wiper fluid, no oil, no engine transmission fluid or anything. I fill my tires up with air once from the pump that I bought from Tesla that I use in my car, and I spent last year with my app, I spent $1,400 in electric for 13,000 miles. And when you sign up with Con Edison, sometimes they give you points. Nowadays they give me cash still. They put into my PayPal account $35 a month for charging on off-peak hours, $35 a month for not charging on peak hours, $160 a year for re-signing up, and they give me back 30% of each of my kilowatts. When I spend 32 cents a kilowatt at my house, they give me back about 10 to 11 cents per kilowatt. Last year, they gave me back $1,200 out of the $1,400 that I spent on my electric bill for my house. That now I have solar panels on, and my solar panels are saving me. I haven't done the math yet because I hit a full year at the end of August, but over the summer months, my solar panels made me about $350 per month in July and June. So add 1 more month to that, and 3 months paid the entire year of my car electricity, and then Con Edison sent me back most of that money for my bill into my PayPal account without me having to press cash out. Totally amazing. So talk about how much does a Tesla really cost? It costs a lot less than a gas vehicle. So many less parts, all these hours with wear and tear on the car. The worst part is the tires, and the tires aren't even on hot pavement in Florida on a longest drive that I've ever done in my life. This is the second time because I make sure I drive at nighttime. Drive at nighttime, so the thing that wears out on my car, the tires, they're on cool roads. I get the off-peak supercharger price instead of the peak price. The last charger I was at actually only had 1 price. I don't see that often, but look, when I go to this supercharger here that we're about to go to, I click on it, it says that there are 8 stalls there. It says idle fees up to $1 a minute. That's after you leave it plugged in way after you're full. Let's say you walk away to eat but you don't come back. Your phone actually gives you a warning. It says that it's 35 cents a kilowatt.
South Carolina?
Yeah, it says that I'm paying 35 cents a kilowatt here, while at my house I pay 30 to 35 cents a kilowatt. So I don't get back any of the money for this month.
What state are we in?
What state are we in? Another thing I kind of like, here on the Google map, you can see that it always tells you where you are. So right now we're in Lynchburg, South Carolina. If you want to look that up, it says we're on the I-95 South in Lynchburg, South Carolina. Check this out. I asked them at the dealership. It's not even a dealership. They said, no, we just give you the car. We don't sell the cars here. I asked them, show me how to use all this. They looked at me, they laughed. They said, you'll figure it out. Yo, it's crazy. There's so much to talk about. I can't mention it all. I keep forgetting. I hit this, it's showing me all the superchargers. I can stop there. I can stop there. I can look up which one's cheaper. 38 cents a kilowatt, 38 cents, 37 cents, 38, 36 cents a kilowatt. I can go through the menu. Sometimes you hit something, 35 cents a kilowatt. You want to try to save money. 3 volts, that's supercharging. 1 volt, that starts throwing on all the other chargers. I take that off, there's less chargers. I don't want to look at the slow chargers. So we're going to stop at 4:07 a.m. We're going to be at 14%, it says. It's going to take 30 minutes to charge. It's one of the longest charging times that I will ever see at superchargers. It must be because I'm going to a very low percentage, and I'm also going to need a full 80% to get to the next charging station. Sometimes it tells you you're good to go at 65. We're going to get there with plenty of charge time anyway. So if you ever go over what it tells you to go, it might reallocate the charging stations that you're actually at. So I'm sitting here talking to myself, or I'm talking to you guys. Thanks for hanging out. You're helping to keep me awake better than ever, I'll be honest. These are the 3 charging stations we have left going to Florida. I can zoom out. I can check out what's where. Look, I can tell you right where I'm going. My Papa Dukes. There we go. That house right there, baby. That's where we're going. So if I want, I go here, I click up here, brings me right back. I can turn on lights. I can actually turn off the detail of the map. Watch this. You want old school? There goes old school. Keep it simple, baby. But I take that away. I go like this. One of the newest updates throws the map up here in the corner so I can see the roads translucent. It's actually pretty dope. Yeah, a lot of options on here. I got the, if you want, I can actually even set up my back camera. I can actually even look at the 2 side ones. Now, I don't want to talk shit, but I mean, this should be this easy in every car. But if they do that, the chip that does the cameras also has to talk to the chip that does this. And then you have to have a computer system that knows how to network them all together and make sure it gets it done in normal time speed so that I can see it instantly. Tesla chips made by Tesla all talk together. I'm lowering the speed by 2 miles per hour. Let's see. So this little wheel right here, I spin it fast, it goes up and down by 5s. I spin it slow, it goes up and down by 1s. There's no cars in front of us. We're on a curve. It starts using the auto high beam. It does it because it knows it's not going to blind anybody. It wants better visibility. It gives better visibility for the cameras. Now you're going to see this turn off in a moment because I see somebody down there. As I get close to them and it knows it's going to be too close to a car in front of us, it turns them down. I had an update when I was in South Carolina, and it made so that this works better now with curves. I didn't realize that it turns on the most on curves. So on a curve, when it doesn't have somebody in front of you, it allows the car to see better to the right and to the left, to better assess what's going to come up in front of it. So, I mean, without you having to hit the high beams, which you probably never hit the high beams in your car, right? I mean, you probably should. There's times to use it, there's times not to use it. See, they just turned off. That's because we're catching up to the cars in front of us. And they're so far, you can see they're not even on the map yet. Alright? I got some Eminem and Dr. Dre going on in my ear right now. I doubt you want to sit there and chat to yourselves, but I'll read it later on. Tell me what you're listening to. Did you turn on some music, like I said? Make believe like you're in this car ride with me, hanging out. I can't turn on the music, baby, because YouTube wants to take off the live stream and say, sorry, copyright infringement. I'm not looking to get paid, baby. I'm telling you, I'm just looking to put some awareness out there, have a little bit of fun. I bought this suction cup thing to be able to do this like 2 years ago, and you'll see I have a couple Tesla videos under the live stream from last year, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I don't have time to edit and do it all, but when you go away on a vacation, you do. My son, I'm trying to get him into edit, and he's actually pretty good at anything he touches that is on a computer. It'll take you a week. It's gonna take you longer than a week to edit out. To edit a 9-hour drive, you should be in the back with a notepad writing down timestamps. Just so you could find it every time you lived it. So look at this guy. I got a guy with a huge U-Haul. He just went into the right lane. He just swerved back into the left lane. Why does it look like it thinks that this is a Tesla Cybertruck? Oh, there we go. Bam. So now I'm behind a guy and I'm going 68. This is cool. I'm going 68 in a 70, but I'm telling it go 78. The car has now slowed down more than what I wanted. Let's see if it wants to pass this thing on the right, because that, it should do it. It does it a lot, but that does look a little bit dangerous. There's a lot of blind spots. It's a huge, can you guys see that? You can't see that on the screen yet. It's the truck in front of us. It looks like it's like a horse truck. Like it's got horses in there or something. It just looks like a huge weed truck, to be honest, running around New York.
Why don't you speed up and see?
Why don't I speed up? I can give it gas and try to force it to do that. Tesla's definitely said not to do that, so I don't usually do that.
Why don't you turn it off? I mean,
Turn it off. My son's saying, why don't I turn it off and just drive around this guy?
and turn it back.
I want to show the world what full self-driving does. Let the guy behind me do it, and let's see if full self-driving goes, you know what, I see other people doing it, I'll do it too. I bet you will do that. It's starting to learn hand gestures. What do you guys think about that? If you're in the street and the car stops for a person, but you don't want to cross, once you start doing this, the car goes sometimes. The car goes most times now, I've noticed. It's starting to learn hand gestures. One guy walked out and he put his hand out to stop. I think the car was going to stop anyway, because it definitely saw he was taking steps towards the car. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this guy in front of me. He moved into the right lane to get out of the way. He was in the right lane, and he randomly moved into the left lane right as I was coming up on him. So now I got a U-Haul right here. See, these are showing like their cars at first because it's dark out until it realizes what it is. I got a U-Haul there. Let's see if my car takes a moment to start copying the other cars. I'm not sure if it will. I don't care if it does or doesn't. You know what? At this point, I tell you guys, it's really about safety. If it doesn't go around that car, it's not meant to be. If it goes around that car, I'm going to supervise this like a pro. I'm just going to hold the wheel, make sure that it doesn't do anything silly, make sure that guy doesn't do anything silly. Because I trust him a lot less than I trust this vehicle, I'll be honest with you, especially on the highway. He's already over the yellow line, and you know what it's like. When you take a long drive like this, everybody out here sleepy, everybody out here drinking the coffee, have to go to the bathroom by now, uncomfortable. So, at this point, I feel like I'm the most comfortable. I'm having a chat with you guys the whole time. All I have to do is pay attention to the cars around me. Let's see what happens. Check this out. I'm going to turn on my blinker and tell it to go into the right lane.
It's 251.
So I told it to go into the right lane. So that's me supervising. Now, nobody's in front of us. I noticed that the road got a little wider over here. I'm down with that. Let's get through it. I'm not going to tell it to go back into the left lane. I see a truck in front of me, but there's a car a little closer in the left lane. I wish you guys were able to see all that. You guys can see that I'm touching this whole steering wheel though. Should I turn this camera the littlest bit? I can't even turn it. Can you guys see that my hand over here? I didn't realize I lost the steering wheel and the camera slightly. Oh goodness gracious. Maybe that's better. Okay. Just leaned over to do that real quick, but that's fine. And look, see, I didn't even need to pay attention. As it did a lane change, I'm still looking at the camera. I kind of heard it doing it. I knew that it would be fine. I've been doing this way too many miles now. I've been 18,000 something miles I've driven, and most of it I've definitely used full self-driving. I mean, yo, we got flying cars. They drive by themselves. We also got helicopters. You want to call them flying cars? When in your life did you think it would happen? And then everybody says, oh no, I hate these Teslas. What's the point of that? Is this what you were waiting for? I get it if it was our parents. But our age? How are you going to be a Gen X or a Zennial or one of the first millennials and say that you don't want a car that drives you to its destination? Please. I want to get in the car. I want to have a drink. I want to have a friend. Drop me off, drop him off, do a few taxi rides, pull in some paper, know how to hit the magnetic charging station or something, get back to me with enough power to pick me up from work and get me home. What's wrong with you? You know, cars are idle, being parked 80-90% of the day. I pay all this money for a vehicle that sits around parked all day when all I need to do is press a button, tell it, go out into the world, get something done. That guy's a cab driver. What is he doing? And I don't want to take away his job. I just want to give him opportunity to do something better with his life. He shouldn't have to sit there and drive a person around that doesn't even want to talk to him. Some people want to talk. That shit ain't right. Maybe you can offer your services to be in full self-driving cars and talk to people. Maybe they need a therapist. Maybe you want to be at the station where the car pulls in and you clean up the crumbs and stuff like that. Which, by the way, is crazy. You know, Elon is trying to come up with a system that has like snake arms that come out under the seats to vacuum and then to use steam to sterilize a car in between the taxi cab rides. If a car can do that and pick up passengers while I'm at work and tell everybody that the car's been sterilized between each person's ride, that's it. That's it. Nothing against cabs and stuff, but you're not going to even want to buy a car at that point. It's going to become so cheap to go mile to mile that you're just going to say, you know what? It's worth it for me not to have a car, not to pay the insurance, and take cabs everywhere. When you go to work, when you leave at 7:15 every day, the car should know to be at your house at 7:14 every day. It'll be there until you hit the button and you tell it, never mind, I'm sick today. I can see we got a truck right behind us. No? Is it not close enough to see because it's too dark out? Alright. Interesting. I thought that was close enough to me. They got their headlights on me. It's an interesting way to drive. So look at this. So I've been driving now, and this is not a crazy truck that's huge. That I didn't put the blinker on for. That it's choosing to go around this guy on its own because it just feels like this guy is going slightly slower than what I have the vehicle set for. So if I slow down by 1 mile per hour and we stop going faster, I think I would slow down and go behind him. But because it's going slightly faster, we're going to pull up, and it's definitely going to take the left lane again in a moment. This is dope. I have somebody hanging with me all night on here, unless somebody got off and somebody else got on, but thanks, man. If it's somebody I know and you want to send me a text, I'll know it's you. Send me a text. It'll pop up right over here. It won't distract me or mess up anything at all. Just say, it's me, Wody. And look, that tells me what we're going to do. Changing lanes into faster lane. Use turn signal. Using turn signal. We got 84 more miles. Exit 33. Send this to some of the peeps. If you know me, send this to some of the peeps. Say, yo, it's 3 a.m. Support Anthony when you wake up. He doesn't even get to his destination until noon. So we out here driving all night. I've got good energy. I never have good energy. That's wild. My music, I mean, I always do, but not at the middle of the night like this. Oh, I'm wondering why my music stopped in my ear. Of course, that ear pod went dead. So I got a little, you can't see, but down here by my hand, comes with the car. I get to put the ear pods there, so it's charge, and I got my phone there usually. Yeah, check it out how we take the left. Look at how it takes that. And watch, it's gonna see how this side is bigger than that side. Look, and now we center just because we're passing a truck. That's wild. I love that. Oh my goodness, get the bag of cheese doodles, baby. There's no cars in front of us. Let me see. Put this down over here. I don't need cheese doodles on my lap. Got the cheese doodle bag. Sit back, get my hand on the steering wheel, relax. I'm in the movies, baby. It's my movie. And I'm directing, baby. I sound like an idiot. I keep saying baby. All right. 83 miles, an hour and 9 minutes left. It says we're going to get there with 16% still. That's how accurate it is. I got the air conditioner on the whole time. It's nighttime, so it's not on super cold. I can go down by one. You okay, Max?
Yeah.
Do you want to go back to sleep, man? You want to take a nap? Or am I keeping you up with my talking?
I don't know.
You should be tired, man. Why don't you take a nap? This way you wake up at Grandpa's nice and refreshed. And you know what? When we get to one of these charging stations, I'll make sure that we are able to stop and get breakfast. We'll get pancakes or French toast or something in the morning. Yep, that was a good idea. You mentioned that before. See how the hiking comes on because of the curve? I don't know if you could tell from where I am. A nice curve on the highway. It'd be lovely if I can get one or two thumbs ups. Let's see. Make sure I turn off the Wi-Fi on here. Airplane mode. No Wi-Fi, no Bluetooth. You can tell how long I look away for it to yell at me real quick. Do is say, second person, can you hit the thumb on here? New friends of mine bounce on me. Maybe a few other people jump on and I feel like I'm actually talking to people instead of just recording a video. Keep myself up during the bad parts of the night will be awesome. It says I'm getting to my destination at 4:06 a.m. It is now 3:02. It says it's 73 degrees outside. I am driving through Summerton, South Carolina. This is actually where we were supposed to charge the car at the charging station until the car changed its mind and picked an earlier charging station. I'm not sure why it did that. But look, if I click on here and I click on the charging stations, that's got to be it right there. Number 8, Summerton's charging station. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is 38 cents per kilowatt. You know what? They picked a cheaper station for us. That's pretty cool. Nice. Do I have 3 people? That's what's it sounds silly to care about that, but 3 people at the same time? That's dope. If I could get a thumbs up and maybe somebody could share this. Just kind of trying to show everybody what full self-driving's like. I've been driving through the night. This thing's been streaming since midnight. I'm gonna try to keep going until 12 noon. Hopefully I don't lose service along the way. I mean, I'm out here in the boonies, going through South Carolina right now, making my way from New York City down to Florida. I don't know, guys, talk in the chat a second. You mention if you've seen the car do anything pretty awesome or not awesome. Slight turning force. See, my hand is down here at the bottom of the wheel. That doesn't help as much. The top of the wheel doesn't help as much. Too much weight on the center steering column. It doesn't feel that my hand is there. It really wants to be on one of the two sides. That's what the yoke steering wheel is all about. Nobody talks about it. They say, why did he create the yoke? He did that on those cars because he wants to promote full self-driving, and if you use the yoke, you would use full self-driving correctly. You're just forced to because your hands are always on the sides. Makes the car look bigger with no top, makes the car look bigger with no bottom. You can see more in front of you. I don't want a yoke. And we all like the full feel of it going around. That feels more natural. And that's why we tried putting this thing in cars. Any of my people from back in the Bronx are watching, hit me up with the text message. Say what's up. I'm just curious if it's you. You can't look at the text and do anything like that. I mean, I can lean over there and act like a weirdo, but I ain't looking for Tesla to be yelling at me anymore. We've had a cool drive. It really hasn't told me that pay attention too many times because I haven't paid attention and I'm wide awake. get the kitties in the back sleeping. Nice to have some of you guys to come chill with me. Give me a thumbs up, share this stream so we can try to get some more people on here. Tell me what you guys think. I've gone through a lot of what's going on here. Speed limit 70. I have it set as a supervisor for 79. So we're gonna go 79. You've already seen now the car go around some cars, the car take over on some lanes, but we're on a pretty straight highway with 73 miles before the exit. We're at a pretty boring time right now. I don't mind talking. Says that we're going to get to our destination in an hour and 1 minute, 73 miles away. 15% when we get there. It said 16% before, but it bounces around. Yeah, and at the last charging station, which was brand new to me, we started playing one of the buggy games that it's a Tesla racing game that uses the actual steering wheel for. And it had a new update that I didn't know about that let me compete at that charging station like if it was a video arcade, and it saved my score at the charging station we were at. And this way, when other people go to play the same game there, like it promoted it to me when I got there. Hey, do you want to play the buggy game and play online with other people? I could have raced against other drivers while they were charging at the same time if other people were at the stall. But because people weren't, it saved my name under the high score of 8th place when I got 8th place and I left. So now that's there until somebody beats me. So that's way old school. You're bringing it back. That's like going to the pizza shop and saying, I got to go to the spot, make sure my name is still on the board, and throwing some quarters because somebody beat you and you want to beat them. We're going to 79. I'm going to lower it down to 78. This way I'm not the only Momo out here going that fast. It's pretty dark. I'm sure that there's going to be cops along the way in the shadows, but I'll see them with my auto brights. Yeah, so that game, that was pretty dope. I mean, I played before, but I ain't never had it that it kept my score with other people from a charging station. And I don't go to charging stations often, but last year when I did this drive, that was definitely not a feature. Oh wow, we lost people for the first time. It's been empty. Yo, that thing has had people in there the whole couple hours. We haven't had zero. It's now 3 a.m. That means the people in California are going to sleep. Ahoy cookie over here. Sipping some ginger ale. Don't yell at me! I know 4 seconds it's been about. Just had to reconnect. I had an Acura ILX. That used to kill my back. These Tesla chairs are way better, and I've been in this thing for a number of hours today. But I had a good little break time over at my cousin's. Jumped in the pool for a little bit. Took a 4.5 hour nap from 4 to 8. Got my stuff together. Chilled out with the fam for a few. Left about 11:40-ish, 11:30-ish, and I went to a charge station right by him to kind of top off before getting out of Dodge. So we started the full self-driving at the charge station over in North Carolina for the second half of the trip down to Florida. We left late Friday night at about midnight. On the way back, on the 12th, or I think on the 12th, maybe the 11th, I'm gonna leave Florida. I'm gonna try to get the stream going for the whole 24 hours. I know that you can do 12 hours at a time. So if it takes me 18, 19 hours to drive and I nap for about 4.5 hours, at a couple of stations. I feel like that I can get it done in two sessions. We'll see about traffic, see, because I drive at nighttime on the way down here 2 different nights with taking the break in the daytime. I got no traffic, so I wonder what happened. Sometimes I hit traffic in Washington, D.C. on the way back because I get there at around that time. But it's going to be a Sunday when I'm coming back, so maybe it won't be that time because nobody's going to be at work. You know how it is in the summertime. Everybody coming home from their little weekend rendezvous and snazoos. So I got a couple people keep hopping on the stream. Give me a thumbs up. Share this with somebody if you can. Try to get some people into this room for me to check out my live stream. Keep me awake on the drive. Driving a full self-driving FSD enabled Model Y long distance. So I got the long distance Model Y. We're at 44%, which is 133 more miles. In case you're curious, that's how many miles 44% is. 72 degrees outside. We got 55 more minutes. I see a bug just hit the window before the windshield wiper kept going off automatically. I told people, I bet you a bug hit right in front of the camera in the front. Oh, there. See, a bug just hit the window. I'm hitting that area and the windshield wipers just went off again. I was like, oh, it's definitely when a bug covers the camera, you gotta hit a little bit of windshield wiper fluid and clean that up, and then you don't have to be fooled by all the people that make videos and go, Tesla's auto wipers are sucky. They always go off when it's not raining. Yeah, they always go off when it's not raining. I was in a BMW in Hawaii and they had auto wipers and I didn't hit any bugs and they kept going off randomly too. So we're figuring it out, but the car can drive by itself. I don't want to make fun of them and say, well, what's the matter? How come we can't get the wipers to work right? It's most likely something over the camera that I can't see. Yeah, see if you give me a thumbs up on the live stream. See if you could share this with anybody. I'm gonna use a little bit of wiper fluid because now it's gone off a few times. I saw the bugs hit the window. It's been quiet for the last 40 minutes and I heard them. Driving out here in the boonies, for all I know there was a lake or something I just passed by, or just a buggy area, you know. So I hit it a few times. You can see it pulls this up over here. I could use the scroll wheel. Watch, if I tap the scroll wheel so I don't do so much, I leave it on auto right now, we'll be good. But that's how that works. See down here, this is my music usually. See the music? All the genres, DJ series, top stations, Tesla top 20. I can't put on the music, guys, because they'll take off the live stream. All of that comes to $99 a year, full connectivity. You get Netflix, you get YouTube, you get Twitch. I'm trying to think the other things. Let's see, does it say it? If I go theater, okay, it says available when parked, but you can see Netflix, YouTube, Twitch, Hulu, Disney Plus, TikTok. See if I throw that on. I'm gonna either do the racing game at the next charge station, or I'll throw on a little bit of YouTube for a minute, just to kind of show how that goes on. Let's see. It might be just, it might be just a little foggy up there. Let me see, I throw a little bit more water on it. You never know if you've got a big bug splatter over that camera. It's like now they stopped. Let's see. I bet you it's just streaking with a little bit of the condensate in a moment. And I'm out here, it's pretty humid outside. There we go, reconnect. We're definitely in Sketchtown over here. Middle of nowhere. Let's see where we are. Let's see the middle of nowhere. Is this like old farmland? There is not much out here. Glad I got service on the phone to be able to do this. Used to have Verizon, I wouldn't even have questioned it. Now I got T-Mobile because Verizon started overcharging so much. T-Mobile, you know I might lose it along the way. Where are we? Do you see where we are? Look, if I zoom in over here, you can check out street view. Pretty close. See us come up on this right now. Let's see. How far I zoomed? Where are we? See, I got my hand on the wheel. As long as we got that blue line there, you know I'm in full self-driving. Oh, there I go. Real-time GPS. Thanks, U.S. Army. After you let that freaking out, you definitely changed the world by allowing us to use the internet. Yeah, so close that up. Thanks for checking me out. Give it a thumbs up. Try to share this. See if I can get some more people on here. It's 3:17 in the morning, and I have a feeling that everybody's going to be asleep in just a few. Nobody's going to be awake. I'm showing off full self-driving all the way from New York. I took a break in South Carolina, in North Carolina. Right now, the next charging station is 49 minutes away, 58 miles. I can show you. We got a short drive after we get off the exit, so if you want to check that out, come touch base in about 42 minutes. Come check base, stop by and check us out, because you'll see the car get off the highway. It'll be a little less boring. You'll see the car get off the highway, and let's see this time if it actually pulls up to the charging station. At the last station, it tried to make a left-hand turn. It looked like it was going for the real gas station. Alright, so after making fun of those windshield wipers, they do not want to stop. So I feel like it smeared something. I see the smear on a diagonal. So I'm going to do one last wash with the wiper fluid. And what I'm going to do this time, let's just kind of, I bet you that it was a big bug. It freaking smeared across the whole window out here. And then what I'm going to do is when I touch it again, I'm going to set it to off. Let it just dry for a little bit instead of smearing back and forth. It definitely looks like it put some sort of smear. You know what? That really stinks. When I get out later on, I'm going to wipe down the window. At some of the Tesla charging stations, they have the old school squeegee inside the water bucket that they let you clean up your window. At most of the Tesla charging stations, they also have a little dog park and a bench area, a thing to pick up the dog crap and stuff, and a garbage can. I mean, they made it pretty nice and convenient to keep the stations clean. They always stop you at a restaurant or at a place where you can stop to get coffee or food or use the bathroom. Yeah, you can see these are the directions where we're going. Anytime I keep my hand off the wheel for too long, it sits there and yells at me, "Get your hand on the wheel." Put a little bit of force into it. I'll just put my hand on the edge of the wheel like this, and maybe does it help if this is less comfortable, but if I put it here, you guys can see a little bit better. See the whole wheel. Sorry, I can't make the camera face the road too much, but you can see the screen. See what it looks like in front of us, and whenever I pass a car or if any car is behind us, you can see them on here. We have 54 miles, baby. Next charging station, 54 miles. Let's eat a few banana chips. I don't know who's been jumping on and hanging in there with me all night, but thanks a lot. I see lightning in the foreground. I've been lucky. I've been seeing that the whole night. I haven't seen any rain. Cross my fingers right there. I have a feeling, after saying that, it gonna rain. I hope not, but I also know where I am. We're in rain country. Alright, so before it said that we were getting to our destination at 16%, now it's down to 13%. I think that's because I have it set to 78 miles per hour. Anything over 70 miles an hour, it starts to use a little extra energy than it actually
estimates. I've definitely noticed that. But as long as we don't come in under 10 or anything, I'm not too worried about degrading the battery. We're going to get on a charger right away. I never wear my battery down that low. So if it happens every once in a blue, it's really not so bad. Alright, somebody popped on again. What's up? Showing up, Model Y, full self-driving all the way from New York to New York to Florida, Sarasota. We did a stop earlier for a couple hours in North Carolina, but at midnight we left North Carolina and we have been non-stop. Later on you can look back on the live stream and see what happens when I charge and how long it takes to charge. It looks like I just hit 45 miles an hour on the highway. I scrolled up on the wheel, and because we were going 67, if you scroll up fast, it actually jumped all the way from the 45 right back to where we were. I'm gonna let the car. I don't know why I did that. Did its toe. Now it's back to a 70 mile per hour speed limit. So I try to tell people, ain't nothing too dangerous happening with these things when there's a small mistake. You're here to supervise. Small mistake is that it went to go slower where we didn't need to go slower. I don't know if it saw a sign or it misread it, but it probably thought that it was some sort of like construction or something for a brief moment, and then it changed back. That's why, I mean, in my opinion, in order for full self-driving to work out really well, I'm eating some banana chips, so don't mind me for chewing. Keep myself occupied and awake. But for full self-drive to work well, you're really gonna need the government and stuff to okay all these roads to be painted pretty much exactly the same with the correct colors. All cones need to be orange. If one gets changed a different color, that needs to be incorporated into the system. The dotted lines on the floor, the exits, the stop signs, everything, they all need to be regulation height. The car won't make any mistakes if it could visually see the signs and learn the rules that it's learning. Rules are rules, and on a system that isn't a human and usually always follows the rules without making a mistake, it doesn't often not see it. That's going to be a big deal, especially after they put in some sort of like Bluetooth into the signs that will allow the car to understand what the sign is from far away. All we have to do is put in some sort of device that every single stop sign will be able to transmit that it's a stop sign. I mean, this thing already can see it, it can read it. But look at this huge truck I'm passing. If there's a diagonal here and it can't see a sign because I'm stuck behind it the whole time, I mean, all you need is some sort of transmittable signal that can bounce off and relay back with enough time without bad latency. To just let the car pick up on a simple cue. It's a computer system. Now we got people that really want to pass. We're not going too slow. I pulled up the speed, going 78 now in the 70. If too many people go to pass me on the right, which it looks like they're just starting to, that hasn't really happened the whole drive. Let's see if full self-driving pulls me into the right lane. It might not, because there's nobody else behind me now. Where are those three guys off to? I doubt all three of them are together, but they definitely look like that they're all in a rush together. Alright, let me put away these banana chips. I'm gonna eat all those things. I'm gonna have to... Ah, alright. So you guys can clearly see I haven't really been, I haven't been holding the steering wheel too much at all. Even though I have held it a lot of the time, it's probably been like 50% of the time. This is definitely not the same as autopilot. It's definitely not cruise control. It is 100% full self-driving. And I get it. It used to be beta, now it's supervised. Beta was because we really didn't know how well it was going to do. Supervised means, oh, we're past beta. You can sit back. You just have to pay attention. Keep your hand on Don't look down at the hour screen too long. I mean, that's pretty sensitive to that. If my eyes start to blink or start to close, it starts telling me, instead of my hand on the wheel, it starts telling me, please pay attention to the road. Because they know. You don't listen, you get a mark. You don't listen 5 times, you get suspended from full self-driving for 1 week. Now you can't get suspended for 5 times in one drive. When you get a strike, it turns off your full self-driving. It doesn't let you turn it back on for a little while, unless you pull over and stop your drive and start it again. Sometimes it might let you start it again in 5 minutes or so, but it wants to make sure that you're not going to get in trouble 5 times for doing the same thing. If you get in trouble once, you get a brief little punishment, almost like a smack on the wrist. Warning, warning. You do that 5 times, you lose full self-driving for a week. Some people might say that's not bad, whatever, it's just a week. Well, if I'm on vacation and I'm just driving down here to Florida, I really don't want to lose full self-driving right now when I'm planning to come back in 8-9 days, because if I lost it all today, that'd be one thing, but if I lose it on Friday, the day before I'm coming back, that's going to be heartbreaking when I need to drive back the whole way, and I cannot really drive back without full self-driving. I have to stop way more times. I wouldn't be the same driver. I'll be exhausted. Me, knowing me, I'm not that guy. I wouldn't have been a good truck driver. But if trucks come with full self-driving, I'd be able to pull it off. And the Tesla Semi does now have full self-driving. Thanks to Pepsi and taking the risk, along with Doritos and all of them, you know, they own them. Tesla Semi's been hauling ass over there in the West Coast, doing its thing. The hills get in the way, but with the regenerative braking on the downhill, they do some massive charging. So they're able to actually pull it off. All they had to do was put all the charging stations, the fleets, in the perfect path of where they needed them, because they're starting off small. Start off with just Pepsi. You're buying the trucks, where do you need the stations? Well, I'll tell you where you need the stations. Where do you need your trucks to go to? And they got them designed to go up and down the coast over there now. They're making the pathway further and further of the network, so that there'll be Tesla semi-charging stations at all the Tesla supercharging stations. Then you'll be able to go over here. Then you'll be able to click on the lightning bolt. And instead of low charging and fast charging, you'll be able to press a different button that shows you where Tesla semi-charging stations are. Tell me I'm crazy. Why wouldn't it do that? It's too easy. It's like Star Trek. Oh, how'd they be able to tell the future with that pin on them? I mean, how could you not tell the future? They had Morse code and radio waves. They knew that one day they'd be able to talk through a device. So they got it half right. No, it's a device in your hand, not a device on your chest. You can't look at that and use social media and be advertised to that, because that would be too simple. That would just allow us to communicate with each other the way that it used to be. No, they got to put the device in your hand and figure out how to turn you into a commodity. Turn you into an online purchaser. Just turn you into the robot that just keeps buying all the things you need, because I can't wait 24 hours, and it is going to get to me in today. 36 minutes, 42 miles. It says we get in there at 13%. We are grooving. So far it says I spent $58 to get halfway on electric costs. So that means that's going to be roughly $120 by the time I get back. Me and 2 kids, $120 has to be the 2016 JetBlue $69, $79 each way ticket for one person. Never mind that there's 3 of us here, and I don't have to pay for my baggage, and I can bring the food that I want and be comfortable. I got my metal detector with me. I didn't bring my fishing rods this time, but I got some fishing rods over at my pops' place. There's a little lake in the backyard, so come out here, bring what I want. I actually got an empty trunk. I have mostly an empty trunk. Got the mattress out, the Tesla mattress, so that the kids are knocked out right now. I don't know if that's good, but it's happening. Got the pillows back there, the bed is made. That thing is an air mattress, fills right up from the 12 volt over here with a little vacuum air gun, and it also has the suction so you can put the thing away, fold it up, and put it in the lower trunk. I got to my cousin's. Last year I went across the street, the guy called me over, saw I was from New York, and hooked me up, told me he'd jump onto his charger in his garage. I thought about bothering him this year, but instead I just threw on the what do you want to call it, the 12 volt to the house, plugged in the 3-prong. Gave me roughly 1% per hour. I was there for a bunch of hours. I left from 13% to 22%. I drove about 20 minutes to a charging station in the correct direction. That I got there at about 18%, and then did the rest of my charge real quick instead of bothering the guy. And you know, it's not that much of a bother, but that's super nice. And he went and got me last year. He saw that I had a license plate from New York. And was like, "You're mad far from home. Why don't you come over here? I got a charger for you." I mean, that's pretty nice. It's like paying for somebody's gas, even if it does come on an electric bill. I mean, you both know that's at least $3-4. $3-4. And that's not a fill-up. People don't get that. $3-4 is from 30 to 80%. I'd say that that's half of a fill-up. So yeah, it takes maybe $8 to fill up your car. But when you're talking about how far does the car take you, I mean, I'm only using half the battery at any time, and I get everywhere I need to go to. I'm not using the whole thing from 100% to 2%. I'm using from 80% to 35%. I go and I charge at my house. I plug in, and even when I don't need to charge, and let's say I have 70%, I take it, I plug it in at midnight, it starts charging on its own in off-peak hours. Con Edison sends me back some incentive money, and I get it during the cheapest time to charge if you have rate charges set up on your electric bill. And if you don't know about rate charges, they got us all locked in on no rate charges. We pay one rate, I guess I could say, on peak and off peak. And if you ever want to pay the difference of peak and off peak, you gotta not call up, but you gotta write an email or it might be actually send a real piece of mail to a certain address, and you have to ask for it and hope that they get back to you and switch it over. Because if you can keep yourself from using the air conditioner and stuff in the summertime from, I think it's June 15th to September 15th, and you can keep your power consumption low between 8 a.m. and especially 6 p.m., but 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. I think, and there's a bit of a peak and a super peak price. You can stop using stuff at those times and run the air conditioners all day long, all morning long and all night long when you're actually home. I mean, off-peak prices are ridiculously cheap. They're like 12 cents a kilowatt, while peak hours is like 40 cents a kilowatt. So, I mean, it's definitely cheaper to be on rate plans that charge you different prices with Con Edison that none of us are on. As long as you're diligent about making sure that you don't have people home all day during the peak hours of the summertime. But that's 3 months out of the year. I mean, in the wintertime, you should have some dirt cheap electric. The solar panels that I have seem to do more than my car by even far further. I'll know next month how much the solar panels do per year, but the last 2 months they must have saved me over $300 to $350 a month. They may save me $160 a month January, February. So at let's say $350 a month, that's $700. I just told you that my car costs $1,400 for a year's worth of energy, and then Con Edison sends me back $1,200 in incentives. Well, 2 months is half of my year's driving. So if I take August, which will also be a good month, and add another 350 to that 700 number, we're at 1,050. all I need is, what's 1,050 subtracted by 1,400? That's 350 bucks. So if I had winter days at $2 each, there goes the rest of that note. That means 3 summer months and 2 winter months pay for my entire year's worth of energy on my car. So if solar panels last 25 years, that means that I'm not paying for fuel for my car for 25 years. That means that I only need to fill my car up with windshield wiper fluid and maybe get it checked out after 100,000 miles or 50,000 miles. You know what Tesla told me back when I got my car? I said, so that doesn't make any sense. I don't have any points to grease. I don't have any oil to top off. I don't have any fluids. They said, nope, nope, nope. I said, so I don't have to come in here at all? They said, well, we have I'm trying to remember, but they said, we have a 30,000 mile checkup. I said, what's that about? He said, to be really honest, he said, it's really, he goes, you don't even need to come in for that. We never had it until recently. But so many people think what you think, like, that's weird. It sounds like you're lying to me. There's nothing to do, nothing to pay for. He said that they made up a 30,000 mile checkup just to make people that are stupid feel better about having a thing to check up on their car because their car doesn't need that. How ridiculous is that? Yo, if you're watching the live stream and you haven't given me a thumbs up or shared this, can you give me a thumbs up or give me a share? See if we can get a couple other people to join. This is a little weird. I see a little orange line coming up. It looks like that we're coming into some traffic, a little slowdown. There must be a Tesla up there or something that thinks that, or does my car just see that there are 3 trucks up there? I don't see any traffic. That's weird. It must see that there's 3 trucks up there. This is new, one of the updates that it shows traffic, red, orange, yellow. I mean, we clearly all know Waze has it, and this is using Google Maps. See Google Maps? Right now it's telling us, I love this, it's telling us that we're at Walterboro, South Carolina on the I-95S. So if anybody on the phone ever asks me, hey, where are you right now? Oh, you're driving? Where are you? How far are you? I literally can tell you the town I'm in at any time. Check this out. I can throw up the camera behind me and the side cameras while driving. See, it's 67 degrees. I'm hot. Temperature decreased by 3 degrees. I'm cold. It says try again, but it raised the temperature, so it got it. If I try to talk to turn off my lights after I turn them on manually, it doesn't work. But if I turn them off and I say, turn on all dome lights, they turn on with the voice activation. Turn off all dome lights. It's pretty cool, right? Instead of, hey Siri or Alexa, can you? All I have to do is press some command. I don't have to use my voice. I can just talk to it like if I was talking to the person next to me. I can even tell it to turn on music or to change to Hot 97 on the radio. I can tell it to turn on windshield wipers or any of many commands that half the time I don't even know if it's going to work, and it does work. For $99 a year, you get all this full connectivity, Tesla top 20 songs, you get all these podcasts, weekly countdown, Frank Ocean DNA. I can go to different genres and see rock, R&B, comedy. One day I asked it, hey, can you play Christmas music? Boom, it threw on Christmas music. I was like, where is that? So for $99 a year that I pay for having full connectivity, Netflix, Hulu, Disney, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, as long as you have one of those accounts, you can use that anytime you're in park, anywhere, and it works. Well, who knew all this music came with it for free also. So you'll notice, look at the card, how much it takes the left shoulder when we pass the truck, and how it's about to center itself. See that? It's kind of interesting. I noticed the first time it started to do that about a year ago. And every time I get ready to pass the truck, it pulls over, takes the shoulder a bit more, just to kind of give a little bit of distance. Here, we'll do it again. You see we're right in the middle? See we're right in the middle of the road? Watch how this side starts to get bigger. Starts to get bigger. I gotta touch the wheel a second there. See, stay over to the left, stay over to the left. And just about to come back to the middle. You'll see it happen all at once here. It's so right on. You tell me how you can drive 9 hours, 1 hour, and perform like that every time. Every time. Now I have been talking since midnight, and you guys are definitely helping me stay awake, so thanks a lot. Hit up the chat, send a comment. If you want and you know me, you're one of my friends, send me a text message, and I'll answer you if you text message me. Get to show everybody how the voice commands work. I can literally text anybody without using my phone over there that's being used for streaming right now, and it won't mess up anything. I can say text message, name somebody, and then say my text message, and I can double click this if I need to redo it, but single click send, and usually I have to say the language model, the AI language model that's able to pick up my voice recognition that I didn't have to train, is fairly accurate. Mess up on any words, if not a word here and there. We are 23 miles away, 25 miles. This is awesome. We went through 2 supercharged stations. I haven't, for a moment, started to squint my eyes. Knock on wood, knock on wood. This is supposed to be real wood. Alright. In fact, definitely could use a good stretching though. At this next charging station, if you get a little bored, try to tune back in about 16 minutes. You'll see me get off of the highway. I'm going to let the car try to get to the charging station by itself. I'm going to hit the self-park, see if it parks by itself. I'll turn on the cameras, I'll get out, I'll plug myself in, and I'm going to leave the screen on so that you can see how long it takes to charge, how long it says it's going to charge. You'll basically see like what it's like going on a road trip and using Tesla full self-driving for the whole road trip. So if you're watching me and you can give me a thumbs up, I see that there's 2 people in the room. It looks like a lot of people have jumped on throughout the night. Only 1, 2, 3 people at a time, but give me a thumbs up. Try to share this on your social media page. See if you help me out a little bit. I have like just enough subscribers to be taken serious, and yet not enough subscribers to be anybody of importance. So I hope that this video gets out. I hope people see like 9 hours of driving is no joke, man. I'm full self-driving. I mean, I couldn't do this any other way. My eyes would be closing earlier just when my eyes start to squint. The thing comes on, the warning, and starts yelling at me. You got to pay attention. So I don't want to get yelled at anymore. I take it out of full self-driving and I drive regular for a little bit. Oof, right after saying all that, I get a little yawn. I don't want to eat too much food or too many snacks along the way. I'm trying not to. I could have a sip of some ginger ale, but oh, nice. You see, 24%, 72 miles, 24%. So that means what? 100%, 75 miles, 76 miles. It's 304 miles. It should be 315. There's probably some extra miles in there sucked away that it's not telling me about with the air conditioner on and everything. We're going 78 also. It's destroying itself in mileage. If I go like 65, 70, it does really right on the accuracy. It said we would get in there at 16% battery power to the next charging station. Now we're down to 13. Sometimes that balances out, but I think because I've been at 78 almost the whole time, it looks like it's just saying 13%. Alright. It has been lightning in the foreground the entire drive since midnight, and it hasn't rained on us. A little more, knock on wood, knock on wood. we're gonna be fine if we hit some downpour. I don't feel like we're in the place where it rains a little. I feel like when it rains in the Carolinas down to Florida, it rains a lot. Supercharged, 19 minutes. We got the air conditioner on in the back and in the front for me and the kids. Gonna get to this next station, and you know what? See if they have a coffee. I might need a coffee. It wouldn't be a bad idea. Either that or my wife packed me a second iced tea. I'm pretty sure that there's another iced tea. What do you guys think about the live stream? You think I'm crazy to post this like this? 9 hours, full self-driving. When I got to North Carolina from New York, I had zero interventions until I got ready to get off the highway and try to get off the wrong exit for a moment. I was like, what are you doing? It's the next exit. Super weird. You can look at my Park 5 towards the end of the drive. And when I got off, it went in a left turn only lane instead of the one that was straight when we needed to go straight. And I made two simple mistakes where all the roads were painted correctly. It never does that. So I'm just shouting it out there because it's true and it happened. In my neighborhood in the Bronx, where the streets are tight and not all the roads are painted right, it does like phenomenal. So that was a little embarrassing. That's fine though. I also did the self-parking at one of the charge stations, and I should have backed up a little bit more because I couldn't connect the charge cord by an inch. And then when I connected it, that charger actually didn't work. That also never happens. Usually the Tesla chargers all work. Now maybe it wasn't plugged in correctly, but I quickly unplugged it, moved over to two spaces next to me and plugged in, and it went right away. So with all that being said, I was telling some people about the products before. Got pretty cool Tesla products. In case you get a flat tire out here or anything, you gotta get yourself a flat fix kit. Puts air in your tire, and also comes with a cartridge that fills up your tire with a material that will seal the hole from whatever screw or nail that you might have gotten. Oof. Not bad though, not bad. 16 minutes, 18 miles. Yo, what's up, what's up? Thanks for hanging with me. I mean, this is awesome that I feel like I could take some people out on a full self-driving, show you guys what it's like if you don't have the car, if you've been thinking about buying the shares. You know, I haven't talked about the stock market the whole time. I don't know why. I always like to talk about the stock market, but I don't know. I don't want to sit there and give anybody any financial advice, so I'm not. Definitely not certified anything. I used to be certified lifeguard. I'm not certified in shit. See, honey bunny.
Says 16 minutes.
Oh, nice. Has that been you going on and off all night? It looks like I've had a number of people joining this stream. Can you tell me how many views that this stream has at the moment? All of that came out correct. Press it one more time to send it, press it twice, and I can redo. I don't even need to touch the phone over there. My wife can see I have 16 minutes. No, 15 minutes. Oh, that was 16 minutes, yeah. 15 minutes. I bet you it's about to start. Not yet. It's about to start prepping my batteries for a supercharge. Let's see what she says.
Claudia says, I think just me.
I think just me. It says one. Yeah, no, that's one right now. I wonder what the total is. It's all good though, baby. Maybe it don't tell you yet. I'm looking at the screen too long. There it goes yelling at me. 8 stalls available on arrival. 1 car is en route besides me at this supercharger. 8 stalls available with 250 kilowatts max. Busy time and prices. It says it's 35 cents a kilowatt to charge. Shows you some photos of what it looks like over there. Oh, look at that. People posting photos of their own cars. That's funny. Okay, why not? It says that there's a bathroom, coffee, Wi-Fi and food. I'm gonna have to get me some coffee, baby. How far are we? How far are we? 14 miles. There we are. We got a truck in front of us. Look like we're going about the same speed. Going 78. Check out the cameras behind us. Anybody around? I don't know. Yeah. Just getting a little silly here. I want to say I'm getting delirious, but I'm actually really not delirious at 3:50 in the morning. I got a nice sleep from 4 p.m. until 8 p.m. and I feel pretty good. I haven't shut my mouth talking for 4 hours almost. Disgusting. Drink my son's ginger ale over here. Preconditioning battery for fast charging. So that started in about 13 minutes, it looks like. It's warming up my batteries because I'm down to 13%, or I'm going to be down to 13%. Right now I'm at 19%, 58 miles with 19%. You can check out some statistics here. Last paid charging session cost me $13.30. So that's how you can also see how much it's costing you. Says what time, August 4th, when I charged and everything. Alright, let's close this up. We are getting there, so root for me. We're close, baby. I had some music on in my ears, but I turned it off for a while because I was getting some sketchy service and I didn't want to use the hotspot and make my phone struggle over here. Still at 100% battery power, so that means it's been streaming and charging the whole time. That's amazing. I haven't been yelled at really the whole time. Everything's pretty good. You can see we're going southwest. Here goes our compass. Down here scroll, I can see the current drive is 127 miles, 1.42 hours, 337 watts per hour per mile. The odometer is reading 18,475 miles. That means I've really put on a decent amount of miles, and I know a lot of those have been have been full self-driving. So I definitely have a real good sense of the system and how it works. Anyway, I was talking about Tesla stock for a minute, and you know what? Anything under $200 is an instant buy. Anything under $210, I'd still buy. Just keep nibbling away at Tesla shares. We got a long way to go, but I'm not here to promote the shares. I'm here to show you how to save your life and pay for some full self-driving. You never know what's going to happen, and this thing is better than human driving. I'm sure of it. It doesn't get tired. It makes few mistakes, and the mistakes it makes is like it went too slow, or it went to go stop out of nowhere, but it didn't come to a short stop. It just started slowing down. See the stop sign up there? That might have to do with a different direction, and it's just angled slightly wrong. The windshield wipers don't work correctly. A bug, like before, most likely hit by my camera, and after I used the windshield wiper fluid, it fixed itself. Then it looked like it happened a second time, and the bug got smeared up there, and it didn't want to fix itself. So I'm just under the assumption a little bit of blurriness to the camera, the front camera especially. And if it smears anywhere near what it's looking through the glass, it probably can't even record correctly. So here we go. Where we go, nobody knows. Although my peoples all know I've done this, and I told them what I do. One person, one thumbs up. It looked like I had a couple people in the room all night long. They'll probably tell me after I save how many people viewed it while I was streaming, but what do I know? Let's see what happens when I get to this truck in front of me. You think it's going to go to the right so it can cut it off? It says it has 7.5 miles before the exit. I'm just looking at that truck ahead. It looks like he just keeps speeding up. And I'm trying to speed up to get in front of his face. I'm going to take a small break from talking. I think I'm going to eat a banana over here. Before I even get to the charge station, I don't feel like waiting. Maybe I can put my head down for a few this time at the charge station, crawl into the back and take a break. It actually says it's going to be a long charge time because I'm going all the way down to 12% now. And I think it wants me to charge all the way up to 80%. I might even set it to 85 just to get a little bit longer of a nap. %, 46 miles. Four 4.6 miles. Ooh-wee. I was going to show you guys this too before. Also shows the tire pressure. Nice and easy, baby. 3.9 miles, 3.9 miles. It is humid out there. Alright, we got a second person in the room right now. Maybe you want to hang out for a few minutes. We're just getting to the interesting part after hours and hours of driving. About to get off at one of the charging stations. We got 4 minutes to go, 3.4 miles. 2 trucks in front of us driving through South Carolina on our way to Florida. Check out full self-driving and what it does when it gets ready to get off of this exit. See how it handles this situation, and we're going to get into the right lane in a little bit. I think there's still enough time that I might want to try to go around this truck in front of us, but we'll see right now. You'll see that as we pass the truck, the car always takes the shoulder. You can see how much on the screen. taking the shoulder. It's telling me to touch the wheel. I just touched it for a moment. So give us a minute. Try to hang out for a few. We're about to get off the exit right here. Exit 33 on I-95 South. .1 miles. Switch back over to this screen, preconditioning battery. So it's using a little extra battery at this time just to warm it up. All the cells nice and warm. This way it's not only warm in the cells that are being used. For our exit, half a mile left, exit 33. I'm going to slow us down a little bit. The speed limit is 70. I just brought us from 75 down to 70. The actual speed limit says 25 miles per hour on this turn. Let's leave it at 70. It's down to 60. It sees the signs. It knows what's going on. It says that this is an easy place to flip. See, for trucks to flip. 50. It said to go 25. Let's see. Are we going 25 now? See, we still have speed limit sign 70. We're all the way down to 25 here. Look at this. For the turn. See, that's impressive. Turns on the high beams for the turn. It saw that it said 25 miles an hour back there. Slows down for the yield. No cars coming. Takes it like a pro. I-95 South, 1 minute away. You can see every time. I don't know if you can see in front of us, but it always brings us to a good place so that we're not in the middle of nowhere charging some blank road. Looks like a supercharger Y 100 feet. I don't know what that means. See, over here I'd even be a little confused. Like, what am I doing? Well, look at these roads. Where I am. It says right here, it's on the left. Do not enter there. Do not enter there. Good. But it knows to enter here. Very good. It looks a little desolate out here. Looks a little quiet, baby. I'll be fine. I think we're going to the back of this Wendy's. Look at this. Look at how it comes in here. It slows down because of it being a driveway. We're at a BP gas station. I don't want gas. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? It's fine. I don't want gas. Are you gonna bring me around the back of the station, or did they set the point to the front of the station? I don't understand this. It's fine. Watch. See? Watch what happens. See the blue line? See, I turned the wheel. Autopilot disengaged. What happened? I got to my supercharging station, and instead the car thought that I needed gasoline, so it brought me to the front of BP instead of to the back of Wendy's. And now they can check that out, and they'll review that when when they look at my video. I don't know who's gonna look at it, but somebody's going to. Wendy's looks like it's closed. I remember being at this charging station, I think last time I came down here. I'll pick that parking, no, yeah, this parking spot. Yeah. Oh my lord. Auto park in progress. Press brake to pause. Tell me you don't know how to park. Get a Tesla. You don't need to know how anymore. It will do it for you. See if it backs up enough. Oh, it looks like it backed up enough this time. All right, it's in park. Did that all alone. I'm gonna open up the frunk for myself. Sentry mode is currently unavailable because I don't have enough power. Isn't that strange? Oh, thanks for hanging out. We have 243 minutes we're going through. Check out the cameras. I'll shut the door so that you can see how quick it takes me to start charging.
see. Let's see. Somebody's still meaning to continue trip. It said 30 minutes for this one, so that's pretty. 25 minutes. Oh, the next one's 30, I guess. Whatever it is, it looks like it's going pretty fast. 169, 100 and see if it goes any faster. I've seen it go up to 240, but just not often. 170. It's gonna go fast at the beginning, and then it's gonna go slower as it starts charging. So I'm gonna take a few minutes. I'm gonna grab a snack. I think I might get in the back and take a nap for 25 minutes. See if that all works out. Let me go to the garbage and go throw this out first.
It's just going to be off for a little bit. Alright, so I guess I can do that like that. Oh my god.
supercharger, and I let it charge to 88%, which was more than needed. But I did that because I was tired and I just took a 25-minute nap. Oof. All right. I'm gonna get a little bit of music on for myself. Where's Pandora? Oh man. I'm gonna put one headset in my ear. I can't put on music because of the live stream, but you in your house and make believe like you're driving around with me. It's a long drive and it's not so easy. So if you want to check out Full Self Driving and see the whole thing, hang out with me for a bit. Says that we're going to be getting to our next supercharger at 6:18 a.m. 36%. 35
Claudia
minutes.
says 88%. Go baby.
Oh, you're cute. What, are you up all night watching me? All right.
Claudia says yes.
Thank you, beautiful. I love you too. I'm on my way and I'll be okay. Well, I got that bug. Wasn't a mosquito, so it's all good. Okay. Make sure. Alright, here goes Full Self-Driving, baby. Oof, I might do a lot less talking for this part. See how I do. I feel pretty good. I got an hour and 30 minutes. It's not that bad. Looks like we got some lightning. Haven't seen lightning all night, but no rain. Knock on wood. Oof. Just waking back up. It's all gravy. Set the alarm on the iPad and that thing never wakes me. I hear one beep at the end of Tesla charging. It makes a noise and I wake up. So I'm assuming what's 6 more hours? Let's see. Says I'm getting there by 12:12 still early. So I slept like a little, maybe 15 minutes extra. Yes, 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 pay attention, I know.
43 miles. "43 miles on I-95 before we change over to the GA 405 South. Envy. Hate. I'm listening to some 90s rap. I got it in the ear pod. Can't turn on any music in the car so the live stream don't turn off, but I got some music in my ears, so turn some music on at home. I'm gonna be a little quiet right now. Probably just spoke the last 4 hours or more about full self-driving and the whole mix. I'm down if you're down, but I think it's time to take it easy and enjoy the late night ride. As long as you got the blue line here, you know I'm in full self-driving. I can put my hand on here, but I ain't steering it. See, look, the steering wheel stays still. Where are we? Ridgeland, South Carolina. Where's the next state line? Oh, there it is. Alright, looks like 30 minutes away. So 32 minutes to Georgia. Yeah. 30 minutes to Georgia. Take off the kicks. Try to relax and just stare at the road. Nothing even out here. Sunrise is at least nice to look at. This is just pitch black. Looks like we got some small mountains and hills. A lot of trees, but really can't see anything except for when there's a flash of lightning. so good. 5 a.m. Is everybody waking up at 5 a.m.? I doubt it. See if people start jumping on the stream around 6 a.m. They all wake up on the East Coast. Hang out with Anthony, check out some Tesla full self-driving. New York City to Florida, baby. Can't stop, won't stop. Got some bass, feels so good on in here. Put on some music if you're watching. I'm gonna be quiet for a little while. Did a lot of talking in the beginning of the stream. Looks like it's gonna get entertaining again. It's been boring at least until for another hour and 15 minutes. So we're gonna get entertaining again at about 6:11. You set your alarm, check back at 6:11. Let me get enough the highway. Let me get into the next Tesla supercharge station over in Brunswick, Georgia. Brunswick, Georgia. When I get over there, see if we can keep going. My kids are going to want to get some breakfast when they get up. So if I can get us to Sarasota, we don't need to get to my pops' driveway, but we can make it to Sarasota and turn the stream off at one of the Tesla superchargers over there, so I can go inside and get some breakfast somewhere. I think that would count New York City to Sarasota. Maybe I should change the title, New York City to Florida. Take it from the 80s. We do work for me, we do work for you. And I dress with what I was blessed with. Never been arrested, not even nice to. And I chill, you know, met me. Touch my nest, smoke my nest. I might have rap, I gave one my check. All I'm with y'all, I say directly. But from out to speak, start to ease. We don't want to show it to my knowledge. Then when we be cat, then we hard to meet. Christmas to all this week. A little music just to kind of stay up. What am I in the right lane for? The car is definitely going to take the left lane in a moment. See two hands? What do we have? 30 miles. I don't understand. Why are we behind this guy? There we go. Just wanted you guys to see I'm not doing it. I'm doing it. I think sometimes it wants to make sure that it's all good to go around without it going around. I think sometimes it's analyzing. What type of truck is that? How big is that? Paging me at 5:46 in the morning, crack of dawn and yawn. Oh wow. I'm going to give it a little bit before I start talking again. Give me a little while, and maybe around 5:30, 6 o'clock, sunrise. We'll get going again. Until then, I'm just going to be quiet for a little while. What's up, what's up? Whoever just jumped up in the room, give me a thumbs up and share the content if you can. I'm trying to show off Tesla full self-driving. This has been recording for the last 6.5 hours. We stopped at 2 Tesla charging stations so far. We have a third one coming up soon. We're making our way to Florida. I did a lot of explanation before. You can go back and check it out if you like. This blue line means that we're in full self-driving. The car's driving by itself. It will tell me to put my hands on the wheel to feel some pressure on the 2 sides, but I cannot turn the wheel. If I turn the wheel, I take it out of full self-driving. You can see right over here, we're 26 miles away from my exit. Checking out what it's saying. 995 immediately. What does that mean, immediately? 26 miles immediately. That's funny, actually. I don't even know what to say about that. I've never really seen that. Looks like make a U-turn immediately. What the heck? I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Please pay attention to the road. See, that's what happens with full self-driving if you look at the screen too long. You know, it's pretty awesome that they give you full self-driving, but they do not want you looking at the screen too long. They don't want you looking down at your phone too long. If you're on the phone, it doesn't say anything. As long as your eyes are on the road, it just wants to make sure that you're paying attention to the road. So I just put my hand on here so I get a little bit of pressure, and after getting that warning, I don't like it to yell at me too much, so if it yells at you too many times in a row, it gives you a little week-long punishment from no full self-driving, so I just pay attention, I listen. Yeah, they got me by the, but it's alright. Safer that way. I don't need to wake up in the trucker bumps. I'd rather be cautious so I don't worry about getting in trouble with my full self-driving, otherwise how am I going to get home? I don't want to drive back from Florida. That'd be whack. So if you're paying attention, you know what? If full self-driving starts yelling at me, you know what you do? Instead of being yelled at too many times in a row, you turn it off, you drive without full self-driving for a bit. It kind of brings you back up, wakes you up a little bit, having to switch over and having to drive when you haven't been driving for a while. Then, after a while, you can switch it back over into full self-driving, and it ain't nothing but a chicken thing. Ain't nothing but a chicken wing, So, see, it telling me to put my hand on there isn't yelling at me, but it telling me to pay attention with the red boop boop, boop boop. That happens if I look at the screen too long, or if I look at my phone, or if my eyes start closed, and I've noticed it even starts happening when my eyes start squinting hard. Last night at the end of the drive, I was pretty good. My eyes weren't really closing, and when they were tight, every once in a while the car wanted to give me a little bit of a holla. I was like, nah, what? I'm not asleep. Why are you yelling at me? I have a few McDonald's french fries left. I'm going to munch on these for a bit. I wish I could throw some ketchup on there, but I can't be throwing no ketchup on there. It's too much work. I might have to. You know what happens when McDonald's fries get cold? They ain't as good as they used to be, baby. Back in the day, McDonald's fries were good, cold, hot, whatever. Now, once they get cold, I don't know, they taste like baked potatoes, like flaky. Like instant. sitting over here putting ketchup on my french fries. I'll make sure that I just look at the road the whole time. I have to say, these are not the best french fries anymore. They're not even from that long ago. My cousin put them in the air fryer though. Ooh, they came out a lot better. The nuggets are crazy. Got some ginger ale over here. Keep me preoccupied. A different driving experience. Having some self-driving, even if I have to supervise, this is completely lighten the mood, change things up. Made it that I can take a drive by my kids. I couldn't do this before. I would never have done this before. I would be worried off my ass about falling asleep, how long it's going to take me to get there. This, I tell you right away how long it's going to take me. 1 hour and 7 minutes to the next location. And it's going to take me 25 minutes to charge there. I overcharged a little bit at this last spot, so I shouldn't have to charge so long at this next one. But it doesn't always work like that either. After it hits 80%, it starts charging real slow at the superchargers because you're so close to the finish line. It doesn't want to jump and warm up the cells hotter than they need to be when it's charging them, and they're already packed with electricity. And yeah. So if you only charged 80%, I would have gotten out of there sooner, and I would have gotten to the next one with less power. When you're further away from the finish line with less power, charge is really souped up at first. It speeds up real quick, and then it starts to slow down again as it gets closer to that 80% mark, or I had it set at 88 this time. You can charge over 80%, you can charge to 95%, but you should be using it right away. You shouldn't charge to 95% and go park for the night and leave it totally full like that. That's a bit much. Use 50% of the cells, from 80 to 30%, from 30 to 80%. You'll always have 50% of the cells left. So when you got 500,000 miles on your Tesla in 5 to 8 years, 10 years, you can probably get that a second time if you treat the batteries right. So we're driving right now. If you go to the beginning part of the stream later on, you'll be able to see I'm talking about this is how you know you're on full self-driving. You got the blue line, this, that, and the next. But I said, if some people jump online, I was gonna start talking about some Tesla stock. I don't know if it's worth talking about, but I definitely driving around FSD, I definitely know that it's not an auto company. I know that it's an AI company, and it's got the one type of AI that actually works, actually proven to work. I'm sitting in it. It's using 7 cameras around the car to see everything. It's not mapped out. It uses Google Maps, but I mean, here you see that there's a car off the side of the truck, off the side of the highway. Sees everything. I can't see everything behind me. Even with these cameras, I have to look at 2 different places at once, out the window and down here. So this is doing things, and it's building up the brain in order to be used on the humanoid robots. That might sound like a little bit too much, but once again, with the Jetsons, we got our flying car, we got to have our Rosie. So I think that they're going to take the brain from this car, all this knowledge that it's learning every day, and they're going to upload that into the robot. The robot's going to think it's a car for a bit, but really quickly, as it performs more, it's going to realize that it has the knowledge of a car and of the roads, what people do in vehicles inside the house. I mean, think about it. If you have humanoid robots and people have one per person, you can have something there to help you if you get hurt, to watch your house, an alarm system, to vacuum, to do the dishes, simple tasks, give you time to do things that matter to you, to give yourself time to make the world a better place and think about what you can on this world. I mean, when we have jobs and stuff taken away from us, we want to be useful, so we always figure out as humans what we can do to be more impactful. So, I mean, in short, I think Tesla is a great buy overall, because the humanoid robots on top of the cars, on top of the energy sector and the batteries that they make, and if they get into solar like they should be with solar shingles and stuff, I really do feel like Tesla's got a lot of room for growth. And whether or not, if you like the people that work there, you have to realize that this is something to better humanity and to get us into the age of abundance. If you don't know what that means, a utopian society is somewhat possible, and it's only possible with slaves. We can't have slaves that are people. That's not right. Over the course of history, we've enslaved blacks, whites, people enslave their own people enslave other people. But if we build robots that don't feel pain and can keep going without sleeping, we can have somebody out there farm our food for us healthier, organically, use things that are dangerous like pesticides without having us to breathe them in, mine lithium or coal in dangerous situations where we don't need to be, and go all the way to Mars. That might be crazy, but we got to get to Mars. If we don't go to Mars, we got to get our DNA, we got to get all our stuff to some sort of planet in case anything ever happens here. We got to be able to keep the records somewhere. We can't just send them off floating around in space for somebody to bump into one time. We have to make sure that they're here or close by for whoever survives some sort of crazy catastrophe. I mean, this planet's 100 billion years old. And how long have we been here? 100 million years if we're lucky? 100,000 years? How long has civilization been going on? In order to lose all of that in a blink of an eye, we really haven't been here that long. This is amazing that we are where we are. This is amazing that I'm using Tesla full self-driving. I got a car that drives me all the way from New York to Florida. I haven't driven at all the whole ride. I had like 2 times that I had to pull it out when I got off at North Carolina, right before I got off the exit, and then right when I got off the exit. That's on part 5. If you go back to the end of part 5, you'll see that I have two little things that I can't believe it. The car does so much real well, even the small streets over in the Bronx. And I got to North Carolina and acted like a fool twice. Got off the wrong exit, but went to get off the wrong exit, I stopped it. And I got into a left-only turn lane in order to go straight. I was like, that's a little rude. You don't want to cut off all those people. So I stopped it, and some nice person let me in the middle of the line. But we're going 70 miles an hour. I have it set for 77. I'm the supervisor. I'm telling it what to do. Usually the car takes the left lane, but it's noticing that people are speeding at this time of night, 5:20 in the morning. It looks like it took the right lane. You'll see it go back into the left lane if nobody's behind us for a while. We have 9.5 miles. Apply slight turning force to the steering wheel. Now that's something that comes up whenever I take my hands off the side of the steering wheel. Thanks for keeping me up, guys. I'm actually fine at the moment. just talking out loud a bit, but scroll around the stream, see what you like, and check out Full Self Driving. You'll see me get on and off the exits. 59 minutes till I get to the next Tesla charging station in Georgia. So if you're interested and you're on right now, pop back on at 15 minutes from now at 6:10, and you'll see me get off the highway exit and pull up to the Tesla charger and whatever complicated move the car needs to make in some of the small roads there, and you'll see how quick I plug in, charge, and watch what it takes to go through a Tesla charge. I'm not gonna lie, full self superchargers are fast, but they take about 20-25 minutes to charge your car from 15% back to the 80, which is basically like a full charge when I tell you that I really only let the car go from 30% to 80. But this is only something that you do on long drives like this. It's been a full year since I've driven to Florida, and I haven't connected to one supercharger at all. I get home, I pull into my driveway, I plug the charger in, and guess what happens? It turns on at midnight, after peak hours. So I'm on off-peak hours, and it's cheaper for my bill. And then Con Edison incentivizes me to do that, and they send me $35 a month to charge on off-peak hours, $35 a month to charge on peak hours. They also give me back 30% of my kilowattage per hour. So I pay 32 cents per kilowatt at the house. They give me back 10 cents 10 cents for every kilowatt. So at the end of the year last year, I drove 14,000 miles, 13,000 something, and it was 13,000 miles, and it cost me $1,400 in electric when I added it up. But Con Edison actually reimbursed and sent me back monthly in my PayPal $1,200 for the year. I got 2 gallons of windshield wiper fluid over the last 2 years, and I haven't paid for anything. And Teslas keep coming down in price. Full self-driving is like a chauffeur. It drives me where I want, safely. It's safer than me driving 1 hour, 9 hours, my eyes closing, getting tired. I'm able to talk. We're over here, we're a little close to a truck. They see nobody's behind us. We changed the lane because we should be in the left lane by now. I mean, this is what you want. This is what we were all waiting for. Meet the Jetsons. Meet George Jetson. This guy was driving around in flying cars without looking at the steering wheel while giving his daughter some money and his wife some money and his son, and turning around and zipping them off to all their places. That's basically full self-driving. This thing's gonna come pick you up at your house. It's gonna know what time you go to work. You're just gonna press a button when you wanna dismiss it and say that you're staying home sick that day. It's gonna drop you off at work, and if you own it, it's gonna do taxi rides for you. It's gonna make you an income. It's gonna drop you off, go off. It's gonna pick up people, be part of the network. If there's a problem, instead of being a cab driver, there'll be other jobs to have in life. And cab drivers, they can be the people that go around to make sure that the door got shut, or to make sure that it's clean inside before it continues. If they need to be plugged in, they'll be plugged in by hand, but trust me, they'll have robot arms that know how to connect the charger to the port. In the future, they'll also have magnet charging and all sorts of things like we have on our iPhones right now. See, I'm in the left lane. You know that there's the HOV lane, the HOV lane. Tell me I'm crazy. They're gonna set this thing up. You're gonna have charging lanes. When you get into the charging lane, it's gonna know how much you're charging. It's gonna charge you on your credit card. It's gonna go into the left lane. It's just gonna be fair. This way, if you have full self-driving with robo-taxis, these things are gonna keep themselves charged. There's gonna be areas. Pull right over to the parking spot, it charges. Later on in life, main highways, drive in the left lane. It might even cost a little bit more, like a toll, because you're charging without having to stop. But that's the price that you pay for new technology. More solar panels. We have a huge fusion ball in the sky that gives us unlimited amounts of power. How could we not take advantage of that? You guys want to talk about coal power and everything. You know what else some people don't get? You know, let me change this song. You know what else some people don't get? Is that when they tell me that my car uses coal power and all sorts of dirty energy, first of all, I got solar panels. It covers more than the cost of the electric for my car. Second of all, when all those power plants that are coal become 1% cleaner, all of the Teslas and EVs of the world become 1% cleaner at the same time. Has anybody stopped to think about that? We're on a network effect here. There's nothing to say that my car isn't clean energy because I'm not using gas and I'm using electric. You're telling me that it's just as bad? I'm not emitting greenhouse gases off the back. They were emitted at the power plant that also ran the pump to pump up the gas and to drive the gas to the gas station, you dummies. You have to drive the gas to the gas station with gas, and you're telling me that this is equally as bad. You bugging. We just passed a speed limit sign that said 60 miles an hour instead of 70, I think. I didn't even really notice it, but I'm just going to believe that the car saw it. Maybe it made a mistake. That's too slow for right now. I see nobody else is slowing down like that. So I take the wheel, I scroll up 5 miles per hour at a time. We're actually 15 miles per hour over the speed limit right now. Oh, see, okay. Here we go. We're in a bit of a... Let's see if it changes to 50. Nope. Oh, those are construction signs. Let's see if it figures it out over here. Yep, 55. It saw it right there. We're in a construction zone. I'm going to only bring it to 64, so we're 9 miles over, but I'm definitely toning it down. We don't need to get pulled over in a construction zone. The car just went from 70 down to 55. It soared all the way back there. I must have missed a sign. I saw the next sign. See this construction. Look at the cones. It counts every one of them. And when it's wrong for a moment, just as you get closer, it reallocates, and I can see them pretty much on the screen, exactly where they are on the road. I wish I can get the camera to get the road shot a little better with a little zoom out feature like the iPhone camera does, but sorry, but it's a no-go on the YouTube Live that I know about unless you type in the comments and you tell me how to do it later on. I'll try to do it for the ride home from Florida. From Florida, I'm going to try to do the whole drive without stopping in North Carolina for half a day. I'll probably sleep at a couple of the stations, but I'm going to see what I can do on the way home. See if I can do it in 2 live streams, 12 hours and 12 hours, but you never know. If it goes over, we'll just have to start the next stream. 3 parts. So we're on our way to Florida. The roads are empty, the roads are cool. The superchargers are at off-peak hours. So this is the best time to travel when you're driving an electric car. It has nothing to do with the full self-driving and cars on the road, because it does fantastic with more cars on the road. There's more rules to learn and to listen to. I was just saying 40 miles an hour. See, that's one of those things. It's a little too slow. I feel like that every once in a while there are some old... I see them covered up over here and I probably missed it. Yep, and here goes a sign saying 70. There's some construction signs there and they had black drapes over them, and probably one of them, the black drapes were missing. And it saw the speed limit sign, and that's why you got to supervise. I'm the supervisor. Everything it does is safe. All it's trying to do is drive slower than it should because it saw a speed limit sign that was in a construction zone that's not under construction anymore. So I think we can go back up to 80 quickly. We'll bring it down to 78 miles an hour, and that's, in my opinion, pretty safe not to get pulled over, to get messed with. Oof. Well, we got 49 minutes, 59 miles. We're going to get to the charging station in Brunswick, Georgia at 38%. I was going to try to be quiet for a little while, but now I'm talking my head off. Might as well stay awake. I'm not sure if that's my honey bunny that's watching. If not, leave a comment, give me a thumbs up, say what's up. Pretty nice, pretty nice. 78 degrees outside, 5:31 a.m. We are driving through Savannah, Georgia. We are in Georgia, everybody. How long ago did we cross Georgia? I said it was going to be about 30 minutes before. There it was. It was the dotted line right here. That's the state line. How big is Georgia? It was Florida. That's a Georgia charger station. Oh, here goes the line. So the Florida state line is maybe 30 minutes from the next charging station after we leave there. Look at what you can do here. Check out where you're going. Zoom in right where I'm going. That's where I go fishing. Right back here, right in the back of the house. I clicked on it, so I had to just exit out. When you're on this, because this is going to show you the broad trip, I click up here, reallocates the map. They call me high stepper. I'm listening to some music on the AirPod in my ear while driving with you guys. Makes me feel like I'm still in the car, but I can't put on the music with the full self-drive with the live stream. YouTube is not having it, and they didn't let me post the first part of my first stream when I first left New York, even though I was recording it. So not a big deal, but that's whack. I was playing some music. It was on for a while. Why can't people listen to music if I don't monetize it? Why is that not okay? Because the music I'm playing is playing out your speakers. It's not coming out like that. It's in the background. If anything, I'm promoting it. Crazy. Alright, we're going over or what is this called? River Bridge. Agachi River Bridge. Hey, that looks pretty cool. Too bad it's not daytime that I can look up this bridge and see that. It looks like a pretty cool river covered by a lot of swamp, a lot of plants and stuff. Damn, that's definitely swamp, Georgia swamp. I feel like I must be going through the bayou. Do I know what I'm talking about? Let me know. Is that the bayou? I got on in my ear, some old school 90s hip hop. Turn on some music on your end if you want. I can't play music, otherwise they'll turn off the live stream. But we got on some full self-driving. Give me a thumbs up, share this video. Maybe we can get some people to join in on the live stream. Now that it's like 5:30, turn it to 6 a.m. and people are waking up. Got full self-driving, just entered Georgia, driving from New York City. I took a nice 12-hour break in North Carolina. But in 11, 12 days, I'm going to drive back without a break. see how that goes. 23 hours with all the charging stations. I think actually it's only about like 19 hours on the way back with all the charging stations, but I plan on probably sleeping a little bit along the route. Yeah, so if you just joined us and stuff, you know we're on full self-driving when this blue line is on. Rainbow Road is, you know, Mario Brothers Rainbow Road. It's just a toy feature in here that I could put on just to make things interesting. And clearly I'm an 80s baby living in the 90s, throwing on my Rainbow Road. I think it's cool as shit. I been on full self-driving the whole time. I made 2 simple mistakes when I got off in North Carolina, but we have not had any disengagements or any mistakes the entire time since we left North Carolina and we're heading to Florida. We actually had no disengagements from New York City all the way to North Carolina until we got ready to get off the exit. That was not cool. It just wanted to get off the exit before the exit, even though it said at the top the correct exit, and it went to get off the exit 1 or 2 early. Ridiculous. Anyway, it still needs a little bit of work, some improvements, but that's why the human is here. It's supervised. You gotta have it supervised right now. The car goes to slow down in the middle of the highway because it read the wrong speed limit sign before. All I do is scroll up on the wheel and say, no, that's not a construction zone. And sometimes I hit a construction zone and it slows down perfectly, and I'm like, oh, see, that's right on. I don't need to do anything. But if they want to get this ready for the real world, I mean, it is ready for the real world, but we just need to make sure that all the roads are painted correctly, all the signs are at the correct allocated height, you know, the right legal height so that the car can see it. And I don't know, if I had to think about something that nobody else has mentioned, I'd say that they gotta get some Bluetooth somehow onto these signs, and this way if there's a big truck in front of you, and it's gonna be hard for the car with its 7 cameras to see that sign, even though it can see it from many angles as you come up to it and as you pass it. I think that's just gonna be like the last thing that it needs, because if you can give some Bluetooth radio information that a sign is coming up, this way if it can't see it visually, which it should see visually, I don't want to confuse too many systems. I do feel like this is a full vision-based system, and if my 2 eyes can see one of these signs, its 7 eyes can most likely see the same sign without a truck being in the wrong place for too long and messing that up. So I mean, that's just my opinion, but I've been driving with full self-driving now for 2 years going on, and I have noticed the biggest difference. You can see my hand's not even really on the wheel. I can't really turn it. If I turn it, I turn on full self-driving. It'll ask me why did I disengage, and I can give a quick little report if I feel like complaining. But at the moment, I'm just making sure I keep my eyes forward, I pay attention. The camera in here, as long as I'm paying attention, it yells at me very minimally. If my eyes start to close, or I start looking at this screen too long, or even looking down at my phone too long, it starts to yell at me. If I ignore the nagging or the yelling, see, it nags at first, but when you ignore the nagging, then it goes to yell. If you ignore the yelling, and it yells at you like 3 times in a really short period of time, it turns off your full self-driving for the drive. You have to pull over and restart, or recently I think that like you can restart it after 5-10 minutes of driving, but make sure it doesn't yell at you too many times at the same time. Like, you're not going to get yelled at 1 time and then you get in trouble 3 times. That's what I mean. So like after you get yelled at once, it disengages. You can't get yelled at a second time for a little bit. You get yelled at 5 times though and think they're going to go take a long drive and just keep not listening. After 5 times that you got yelled at, even if it's over the course of 3-4 months, 5 times you get yelled at, you lose your full self-driving for an entire week. Whole week. That's $25. That's not bad, but what stinks is, what if I drove to Florida and I really need full self-driving to try to drive back home? Because I just can't make a long drive like that without my eyes closing. That would really ruin my trip to drive someplace with full self-driving if I can lose it and not get home But they want you to be responsible, and they don't want you to take advantage of the system and take a sleep and nap while the car is driving. So I get it. So it looks like the windows are fogging up a little bit. I just probably need the temperature to balance back out, but I just turned the AC on a little colder. Let's see. My back is feeling just a little sore, but I believe I'm okay. Can't wait to get to this next charging station. This is actually a close charging station, charger. This is an hour and 40 minutes. So we're doing it, baby. We're doing it. When you see this full self-driving, maybe degraded, one or more side cameras occluded, yeah, I'm pretty sure that means that it's too dark on one of the sides of the car, and it's having a hard time differentiating what's what. So it's saying something could be a little degraded, but for the most part, that seems to have been on the darkest roads without any highway lights. So it's not anything to be worried about, and it's definitely a warning that will continue to come up. And then when I'm around some cars, like this truck that I'm creeping up on, when his headlights are on me from behind me, usually you'll kind of see that warning go away, because they got some extra light on 2 years ago. It was cameras. So this is as bad as it's going to be. The cameras are going to get better, the cars are going to get better, the full self-driving is going to get better, AI is going to get better. You guys didn't see earlier, I text message back and forth. I can turn on and off the dome lights with my voice. I can say I'm too hot or too cold. Instead of talking to Siri or Alexa, I can change the temperature, make the seats heated, turn on heated seats in the back, the steering wheel heated seats. I can say simple things like lock car doors. Wish they were locked already, but I can say turn on child lock windows, because I don't need to go through the controls, the dynamics, the charging. It says at the last charge station, actually, we did pay attention to the road. See, I know I'm looking at the screen too long. I'm going to pay attention to the road so I don't get in trouble after that. But that was the most I paid, $20 for a charge, and that was from 12% up to 88%. So that is pretty close to a full tank of gas. There's about 20% there that was still full. So 20%, if you did divide it by 5, it's $4. So that would have been $24 to fill up for a full tank. And I'm at superchargers. If I was at my house, the price would be a little bit cheaper, and with all my incentives from Con Edison, my price would have been almost free, like 80% cheaper. So that $20 cost right there would probably cost, I'd say 4, right? 4, 8, 12, 65, 4 into, yep, $20 divided by 4. Yeah, it's 20%, right? Yeah. No, hold on. Yeah, 25% would be $5, 20% would be $4. So if this was at my house, I would pay $4 for that $20 charge. That's what's been happening for the last 2 years. Thank you very much, Con Edison. I don't even know how. They have my email address, and all of a sudden they just start depositing the money straight into my PayPal without even sending it to me, and without me having to click the cash out button. So, I mean, Tesla really saved me a lot of money by now. Not just it being an EV, but it being a Tesla. It's definitely made better. Definitely the safest car in the world, and the most sold car in the world. Get it any size you want. I mean, get it any type you want. I feel right on. I don't feel so tired. I think that my mouth is tired and that I'm just not even ready to keep talking. It's alright. The sun's going to come up in a little bit. That'll be a little reinvigorating. I got some chocolate chip cookies over here. Thanks, honey. I'm going to have a chocolate chip cookie and a little bit of my ginger ale. But look, when you're in full self-driving, you take a moment. You can look to the side. You can grab a cookie. You can have a snack. Keep your hand on the wheel so it doesn't keep yelling at you. Keep your eyes straight. What time is sunrise in Georgia? Does anybody know what time sunrise is in Georgia? I can't wait for it to come up. One more cookie. Thanks for giving me a thumbs up, somebody. Does anybody else try to spread some love? Give me a thumbs up. See if you could share this. Maybe we can get some more people jumping on the live stream. It'd be pretty cool if when everybody wakes up in America, I can get a full little room with more than 4 people. More than 4 people, I'd be really surprised. But I know how it is. Once you start getting a couple people, more and more keep getting advertised the video. Just want to educate everybody on what full self-driving's like, how much it's changed my life. This is a lifestyle change, people. Definitely makes it easier to do everything, including getting in your car at lunchtime like I do for 40 minutes, laying out in the Tesla mattress in the back with the seats down, turning on some YouTube, listening to my finance channels, and spending 30 minutes in the air conditioning without having an engine running. I mean, with all that being said, it really doesn't make sense to have a car with an engine. I think that my car uses like 2% energy. I don't even think more than 2% for 40 minutes every time I do that at lunch. Not bad, 30 minutes, 34 miles. Thanks for joining on the live stream, checking me out. I tried this a few times last year, but I really haven't done any live streams in a long time. It took me a little while to figure out the best way to do it from New York to North Carolina, but right now, this North Carolina stream to Florida is really working out. I hope we get there before 12 hours. I don't see why we wouldn't. It was about a 9.5 hour drive, and I only took like a extra something nap back at the last station. Taking my time a little bit, but I'm looking to kind of just go straight. I turned up the air conditioning in here a little while ago, and it looks like it wants to keep condensating my windows, even though I have it on good frost, but with the air instead of the heat. Way too humid outside over here, but that's what you get once you get to Georgia. It's probably like 90%, 80% humidity out there. Let's see what it is. Gotta pay attention so you don't let that screen tell you to put your hand on there too long. Otherwise it starts to yell at you like you're not paying attention. Got some Biggie Smalls playing. I got the AirPod in my ear. Like I said before, I can't put on any music so they don't turn off my live stream on YouTube. So turn on some music if you're there watching me in the background, so you're not sitting there listening to this all quiet with me talking the whole time. You'll see I did a lot of talking. I showed a lot of the full self-driving features and everything at the beginning of the stream. I'll probably go over it later on if I see a bunch of people in the room. Right now we got 2 people in the room. See if we can get 3, 4, 5 people, and then I'll go over all this stuff again. We're in a 70 speed limit, going 78. It says we're going to arrive at the supercharger in 27 minutes, 30 miles away. We're going to have 35% energy. Yeah. I'm going to get out over there. I'm going to take another nap in the back for 25 minutes. Try to rest my little eyes. I bet you when I open them, it's going to be sunny and the sun's going to be coming up. And I'll leave the camera on. You can see for the most part the screen showing how much charging time and stuff there is. It might go blank for a little bit, but what's that? Let's say 6:19, 25 minutes. I'll go a little over 30 minutes. That's 6:50. So by 6:50, I'll be leaving the next charging station, and I'll be on my way to the final charging station, which is Ocala, Florida. Is that how I say it correctly? Ocala, Florida, West Silver, what, Springs? I bet you it's Springs. It's got an S there. So I'll be getting to that last charging station at 9:34. Oh, see, looking at the screen too long, Anthony. Looking at the screen too long. See, it hasn't yelled at me too many times in a row, so that's okay. That doesn't count as like 2 in a row, but once again, now I'll make sure I pay attention. I won't want to get yelled at again. But that's what it's like when it gets ready to reprimand you. But I'm not like fully being scolded yet, because it's not gonna give me a strike. Not for that. If I ignore that 2-3 times in a row, that's it. You get in a strike. You get 5 strikes. Lose your full self-driving for 7 days. That's that. Nobody to call. Nobody to say, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. You're right. We'll give you a one-time credit." Nope. I don't even want a credit. I paid for that thing fully outright. I didn't pay per month, $99 a month. I pay. Take that away from me. That would be whack. But I understand. You can't allow somebody like me to just think that they're going to take advantage and fall asleep in the car when the car thing or something. You can't say, "Oh, well, it was supposed to fully self-drive me. I thought that it was going to do it while I slept." No, it clearly said supervised. Before that, it said beta. How many people told me they don't have full self-driving? Yeah, no, I know. Of course not. It was beta. That doesn't mean they have it. Well, here go the windshield wipers again. I didn't even have a chance to look yet. When we get to this charging station, I will check to see. I think that there's a bug smear over the camera over here. So I just clicked the button and I used the scroll wheel and turned off the windshield wipers because I could see out the windshield fine, but it's having a hard time with the camera. For all you know, that full self-driving may be degraded because of poor weather detection. I think that might just be poor weather, might be the dark. But if something's covering that camera a bit, like some sort of bird poop or a bug, because I've had plenty of bugs smash against my windows driving through 78, going 78 the whole time. My whole car is covered in them. So I'm pretty sure that I just need to get a little hand squeegee. And at most of these places they have like a hand squeeze you when you stop for the supercharger and stuff. Most of the time, Elon has a thing called dog mode on here. So when the car stops, you can put on dog mode, and it makes sure that your car, it says it on the screen. Your car is at a healthy. My dog is at a happy 75 degrees. Please do not bother me. My owner will be back soon. It says something like that. And I have a little glass sculpture of dog mode over here that I placed here months ago that I really dig. And it's like my little bobblehead of the future. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't move. It's just a little piece of art. Brought it to the car. I figured dog mode. Drive with me. I thought about taking it out of that box. I used just a piece of like the post board tack that doesn't ruin the walls. So I have a feeling that I'll just take that wood box off. I could probably reuse the same tack on the actual glass sculpture. But I got a small one and I got a big one. But I haven't opened up the big one yet. I just think that it's pretty cool. Reminds me of Cause sculpture. The way Cause used to do sculptures to blow up balloons and everything. The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man arms. We're going 78. We're 21 minutes away. People are driving pretty fast. If I'm going 78, you see the way that they just scoop up and keep pushing. It's alright though. I have a feeling there's some cops out here late at night. I wouldn't want to mess with that. So humid out. Where my window keeps fogging on the outside. Because I have the air conditioner on the inside. lot more cars out on the road right now. Let me text my dad, tell him not to call me so he doesn't mess up the live stream, but just text me. Text dad, cell phone. Hey dad, just text me when you get up. Don't call me because I'm live streaming the drive and I can text back without a problem, but can't pick up the phone. Look at how easy. I don't have to use my phone, hands-free. I mean, it all just connects like that. It's pretty pretty plug and play. I'm gonna say streamlined, but we have 2 people in the room for a little bit. We're getting 16 minutes away from the supercharger, so I'd say it might be boring for another 10 minutes or so, but looks like there are plenty more cars on the road now. We're gonna get off the highway, we're gonna hit the supercharger. I'm gonna hit the South Park. We'll be able to see the car get off the highway and do everything on its own without me touching the wheel. I haven't touched it basically all the way from New York City. Took a nice little break over in the Carolinas for half a day at my cousin's, but this whole drive has been full self-driving. 2 small interventions, one of which was just going to be rude to a bunch of people. Another one that was getting off at the wrong exit, which I definitely would have taken the side roads or got it back on to at least get to the right spot. But I didn't need to waste any time. I definitely saw it was not going to change its mind at the last second, and I just took over and made it go where we wanted it to go. But it was like after a long drive, I can't believe that even happened. Like right before I get off the highway at Raleigh in North Carolina. But since we left North Carolina going to Florida, I have to say we haven't had any interventions. No, nothing to be inconvenienced about. It's been a miserable drive the whole way back so far. I have you guys streaming. I've been talking to you guys the whole time. My mouth's tired, but my eyes aren't. So that's what's up. Have a little bit more ginger ale. 14 minutes, 15 miles. Thanks for hanging in there with me. We're gonna get ready to hit this exit. Hang on a little longer. My advice is turn on some music so it's like you're in the car with some music. I can't turn on any music because it's gonna cancel my live stream from being posted with YouTube. But I got a little earbud in my ear with the iPad with some Pandora. So right now I got some Tupac playing, some 90s hip hop. I'm just rocking out, and I'm happy to be here with y'all. I'm looking forward to this next stop. That'll be a nice break, and then basically 6 hours left after we get there. After we get to the station, the charging station, basically 6 hours left. I'm not even tired, but getting a little tired there, so my eyes actually, no lie, just kind of dipped for a second, and I'm not even tired, and it didn't yell at me because it was pretty quick. If I start doing that 2, 3, 4 times in a row, it definitely will scream at me and go to give me a strike. So I'm gonna eat some banana chips, keep myself up. Thanks for hanging out with me. See the two people there, this way it keeps me entertained and I keep you entertained. We're 11 miles away. Got a car in front of me. Miles. I'd like to see if we're going 74, which is less than what I have it set for 78. I'd like to see if the car goes around this car over here. Would you guys pop out? Or just get into the good part? See, it's on the screen. Sky is just starting to get lighter. But where we've hit south what? Rises in the east, sets in the west. So I think that the sun's going to be coming up over my left shoulder. Behind me. Alright, somebody joined the stream again. What's up? What's up? Just finishing some banana chips. I've been fine the whole time. I haven't been sleepy. I don't know where my eyes went to dip a few minutes ago. The computer didn't even yell at me, but it was less than like a half a second, and I just said, okay, let me just eat some food. Let me have a snack here. Let me wake up. The sun's about to start creeping up, and cock-a-doodle-doos are about to start chickening. We got two people joined in. How are you guys? Going full self-driving from New York all the way to Florida. We're about to hit the Georgia charging station. I can tell you right now, we are at Darren, Georgia on I-95 South. We're crossing over a whole bunch of pretty big rivers. Looks like that this is all swampland out here. That's what I think it is. We're 7 minutes away. You can see the car just started to precondition the battery for fast charging. you're about to hang out for the part that at least is a little bit more entertaining than being on the highway for 78 miles straight, especially when there were a little too few cars before. Now there are some cars. Check this out. This is all swamp. That was just going through all of that. Look at all these rivers. Wow. So it looks like a bit of a town over here. I could zoom in with Google. What is this place? That look like a building? That don't look like, that must be a building. That must be a roof. Every one of these charging stations is in a really good location. If I click over here on the charging station, it says 22 stalls available. This is a really big charging station. 2 cars are en route. There are actually 24 stalls, but because of the 2 cars en route, those are accounted for. It's saying that, oh wow, this is the cheapest charging. See that? I disengage. It said, please pay attention to the road. I don't really want to mess around right here before the end. So like, it knows that I'm like paying attention to something else for a minute. Alright, I just disengage and re-engage. I hadn't done that for pretty much that whole trip, but just for a moment. I don't like it when it shows me the red hands on the steering wheel and that noise and stuff. It wants to wants to yell at me too much at the same time. I don't need to look like I'm ignoring it. So I'm here, I'm paying attention, and I'll keep my eyes on the road. We only have 3.8 miles, not to get yelled at, 5 minutes away. Oh. Full self-driving may be degraded, poor weather detection. It is so humid out here that with my AC, it is like condensating on the outside of my windows every 2-3 minutes, like a lot. Good stretching. Get out of the car, do a few nice stretches, and when you get in the back, take a little bit of a nap while the sun comes up, while I get this charging. What did I say? 1 more? No, 2 more charging spots. 2 more charging spots. Alright, 2.3 miles. We have a little bit more time, but soon the car will get over into the next lane. People have just been jumping in and out of this live stream all night long. I wonder if it's the same person over and over, or if it's a bunch of different people. Alright, so you can see we're getting ready to change over into the right lane. It's going to do it again in a moment. Until after this 38, where are we going? We're going to exit 38. Oh, we are. Ready and not. Here I come. You can hide. Gonna find you and make you want me. Like I said, I got music on in my ears. If you want, you gotta put some music in your ears, because if I turn on any music, the live stream wants to kick me off. YouTube, thanks, but no thanks. You let me do all this, but you can't let me play some music in the background for other people to hear at the same time. It's no make it at all. Anyway, so we're on the full self-driving. We're really close to our supercharger. About to get off the exit here in 0.2 miles, 2 minutes away. If anything, not to say that any of this is actually fun, but this is the most fun time to watch. So hang in there and send me a comment in the chat. Give me a thumbs up. We're about to get off the exit. You can see my hands. I'm I'm not touching the wheel. I'll touch the wheel when the blue screen comes up to tell me to touch it. But for the most part, for 100% of it, it is doing it all on its own. Oh, it is fogging up quick right there. Alright. Looks like it's right around the corner here. You can see it on the small map here. Gives it the yield. Alright. Perfect. You can't run away. Oh, there you go. That's the gas station. We don't get gas. We're going to electric, baby. Trying to just slip my sneakers on over here. You got this. It looks like it's questioning itself. They're right over there. I see them. You got this. You can't put on that shoe like that. Wow, none of the cars are here. Yeah, look at this. Can you guys see the supercharging station? Well, you're gonna just go across some of the parking spaces? Should I take over? I'll take over. Oh, what did happen? What happened? We just got here to a supercharger station and I had to take over. Full self-driving did great. Let's see. If I turn here and I click one of these and I go to park, finish off by letting it park. Give me a thumbs up if you think that this is worth me streaming, so this way people can see what's really up. I didn't do anything. All of it on its own. It's nice to pay to have a chauffeur. I'm gonna actually, maybe, no, actually I don't think I have to do anything. Hope I don't have to back up more. Alright, so just hang 10 if you're gonna be on there. You can check out the charging situation, otherwise no worries at all. Jump off, jump back on later on. Road to all. One more moment. That's it, baby. Wait. Oh no. That would have been funny. I took my shoes off outside the car. I would have left without them. 40 minutes, so we might as well start. Oof. I am pooped. That time, that was like the tease. There's the way out of here. Let's see, am I getting out of here or am I getting more stuck? Oh, I think I got myself more stuck. Oof, full self-driving's engaged. 2 hours and 40 minutes. This will be good by around 10 o'clock. I'll be honest, we're in Florida at that point. I might just turn off the live stream. We'll see how it goes when I get there. Before getting to my pops' place, because at 10 o'clock, I might just want to go get breakfast with these kids. As long as I get 12 hours of live stream, that's one long live stream. The air conditioner feels good right now. It is so humid outside. Everett, Georgia. It's nice to be here, Everett, Georgia. Oh, of course, the Waffle House. I love to go there and go eat, but before the traffic builds up, I like to get moving. Is this the right turn on red? It knows. Wonder that alarm don't wake me up. Can't get the alarm on this thing to be loud enough. Guys, I've been talking a long time. I don't know if I can talk another 2 hours and 35 minutes. Sit here and be quiet. Let's just watch the morning.
Claudia says, back on the road.
Do you not go to sleep?
Claudia says, I did. I slept while you talked.
I'm tired of talking. I think I'm just gonna sit here.
Claudia says, are you in Florida yet?
I'm in Brunswick, Georgia, and it looks like I'll be in Florida in about 20 minutes. These look like some crazy industrial plants to the left. That is wild. 2 hours and 32 minutes, 165 miles. Supercharging of Sarasota, Florida. Text Neil. Hey buddy, jump on my live stream for a moment. I'm still driving. It's 7 a.m. and I see that you guys are doing a FaceTime call. Text Neil. I've been driving since 12 a.m. I only have till 12 p.m. and then I'm finally there. So this live stream I'll probably end around 11:30. Yeah, so I'm driving. I'm at Waverly, Georgia on I-95 South. Just the last supercharge station. A 2-hour charge station in Sarasota, Florida. This is what full self-driving looks like. The blue line means I'm in full self-driving. We're on Rainbow Road because of Mario Brothers. Just in effect. And whenever you see I put my hand over here, it's because it wants me to put a little bit of force on the wheel. You can't fall asleep with full self-driving, man. Whatever they tell you, it's not true. It pays attention to my blinks, pays attention to when my eyes get real squinty. Look, I don't even need to use the phone.
Neil says, laughing out loud, I did that like an idiot, I'm going to work.
That's all good, you're not an idiot. Thanks for hitting me back. I'm just trying to stay awake and keep it moving. See, I could double tap to redo that. You're not an idiot. It's all good. Thanks for helping to keep me awake. I'm just trying to keep it moving. See, that's a supervisor move. Something back there made it change the speed limit to 40. So I quickly scrolled up, and instead of it going by 5s, it goes directly back to the speed we were going at.
Neil says, laughing out loud, you can sleep, it's a Tesla.
If you were watching, you just would have complained on why I cannot sleep because it's a Tesla. If you were watching, you would have heard that I was just explaining how you cannot sleep because it's a Tesla. Where it's all pines and pines on the left side. Not as many pines on the right side. There's still a lot, but let's see what's on. Where are we? Horse Stand Church Road. Okay, you're right. You're just running out of names. It's all green, baby. All green. What's this? Farmland? What's this? Those are rivers. Those look like some murky rivers. We're still in Georgia, Waverly, Georgia. Started slowing down, of course. Alright, we're coming up on Florida right here. Florida, right on this dotted line. How far are we from that dotted line? Oh, that's the murky water I was just looking at. I want to see us coming right by. Oh no, we're not zoomed in that much. You zoom in over here. I like to see. That's what we're passing. That's so dope. Just not to mess around because this guy wants to pass. I'm just gonna slow down the speed. The car knows to do it on its own, but there's no reason to mess around. tired a second. Not gonna lie again. And my eyes went to go dip. Meanwhile, not even tired. So let me open up this iced tea, give myself something to do. That's wild how that can happen for a second. The full self-driving didn't even yell at me because I was really looking at the road the whole time, and it must have just been that quick. Need that sun to come up a little bit more. It's getting bright out here. Gotta stop and get some coffee by the next stop at least. Got 2 people watching. Do me a favor, give it a thumbs up, share this. Maybe we can get some people on here in the morning. It's 7:16. People are probably just waking up on the East Coast. Maybe. It's a Saturday. Right? It's a Saturday? Yeah, it's a Saturday. Is it a Saturday? No, it's a Sunday. Sunday morning. Ooh-wee. That's interesting on how that blends. We left Friday night. Got to North Carolina Saturday morning. Left Saturday night. Just got into Florida right about now. Are we in Florida? No, White Oak, Georgia. White Oak, Georgia. But I know it. I can feel Florida is close. Yeah, it's coming up. It goes Florida right there. The windy dotted line on the windy river directly divided down the middle. Interesting. I guarantee you Florida, Georgia fought over that piece of water. Now what happens is that snaky water changes shape. Does that line change shape with it? Is that really how that goes? Seems a little unfair, whatever deal they made, depending on which direction that goes. Woodbine, Georgia, I-95 South. I did a lot of talking earlier. If you want to check out the live stream at the beginning, I explain everything about full self-driving, what's going on, my thoughts, Tesla. I'm sick and tired of talking about Tesla. But I'm not sick and tired of relaxing while it chauffeurs me, because I am a person that loves driving. I like that it can take me someplace, but I do not like driving, and I don't want to get in somebody's cab. I don't want to hang out with somebody. Get in my car, and me and you will go hang out. Not some stranger that's going to drive me there that I have to talk to. Does that mean that I said that? I don't think that's mean. Good. Making it happen. I got in the back. I tried to have a nice little nap. I can't say that really worked. I think I laid there for 30 minutes, but maybe my eyes closed for about the last 15. I'm not sure. Oh my Lord. I cannot wait for that nag to go away. self-driving update, please. Still here, people. I'm still here. Remember when we left, it was about 10 minutes. It looked like we went nowhere. At least it starts to make up. It looks like we've traveled some distance. Starting to get some rain finally. It's gonna happen at the end of the trip. I mean, I've been like driving into the lightning for the last 7.5 hours. Let's take off the defrost cloud. Just AC. Turn down the airspeed. Yes, I know, please pay attention. Can I just take care of the air conditioner sometimes? You allow me to full self-drive. Must you yell at me? You see that, you can feel I'm pressing the buttons. You know what I'm doing. Who is the second person that keeps jumping on my stream? If you're the second person, thumbs up or send me a text message and say, yo, what up, Aunt? It's me. Send me a text. Don't call me. Send me a text. Is the second person my mom? That'd be fine. That'd be dope. Call me up. I don't know if you get up this early, Mom. Southwest Grill. Alright, we're definitely getting close to the Floridian border, and that means we definitely made New York City to Florida. We'll keep going though. We'll get to this next charge station. Feels like it wants to slow down for a second. My foot could be ready by the pedal, just case. Might have been all those cones over there I wanted to be cautious about being in a construction zone. Alright. Maybe like 10 more minutes or so before the Florida border. We're just going over some swamplands. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Have some more nice tea. Oh. I think I gotta put the headphone in and get the music back on in my ears. When I put music on the radio, I get a copyright infringement. Ridiculous. Yes, I know. Pay attention to the road. Probably should give me a minute so I can connect to some Wi-Fi. So he yelled at me, but as long as I keep my eyes on the road and I give it more time before I look back down again. Definitely doesn't want me to look away too much now that it started to rain. Why doesn't this one too? Remote hotspot failed. Alright, see if I can get this hotspot going. Low data mode. Well, let's hurry up and get there. Low data mode. I thought I have unlimited data. We're in Kingsland, Georgia. Almost in Florida. You can see how full self-driving finally drives in the rain. I mean, this is small drops, but I think it does incredibly well. Even in big rain, it seems to be able to see better with its cameras than I can. And all I have to do is use the scroll wheel and start slowing the car down more and more, depending on how bad the rain is. Don't care. I'm all good. Definitely feeling like I'm tired without being tired. Some ice cube. Oh yeah, my ear. If you're hanging out, turn on some music. So you don't have to just hear me talk. We got some generators. Big truck. Oh, is that the property line right there? Florida welcomes you. No stop and photo ops. Welcome to the free state of Florida, the Sunshine State, run by Ron DeSantis. Wow, he really put his name at the bottom of that. Agricultural and losing it. Maybe I turn on driver heated seat low. Maybe we'll try a little heat on the lower back. State of Florida Welcome Center. little quiet on this live stream right now, but just kind of vibing to some music in the headset. Can't get kicked off the live stream. Long drive. Grandpa used to do this drive though. All the time. 78, 78, 77, okay. They had one of the speedometer signs. Two people trying to stay awake here. I've been driving since midnight. Says that I'm arriving at the next supercharger station in Sarasota, Florida at 9:36, an hour and 54 minutes away, 119 miles. You can see the car is on full self-driving. The blue line here really, that's what shows you that. If that blue line's not there, somebody's not on full self-driving. I have to say I'm full from snacking. Just trying to get through this. I kind of want to go in the back and take a nap, but take the live stream as far as we can at the moment. What? What? Okay, 1.1 miles. Oh, catch, no. Jack's Beach, Daytona Beach. All right, I'm on it. You know. Close your eyes, honey. Look at this highway up there. Expanding. I guess a lot of people move to Daytona. You guys see all that construction? Thank you. Huh? I missed an exit. I should have caught on. I didn't catch on. 941. It's saying that. No, a bit of a U-turn, but that's saying that we're getting back at the same time still, so. That's weird. 12:17. Okay, it's like 10 minutes off. Alright, well. That's what that is. Get off the highway here and turn around. About 10 minutes. Or about, 3-4 minutes one way, 3-4 minutes the other way. Choose right fork to stay on route. I guess it just didn't want to go crazy last second there. I mean, it looked like it was going to do it, and then I looked a little too late. Come to a full stop. That was silly, but no reason to do anything dangerous and just pull it out of make an exit in the rain. So. We got 2 people watching. We're getting back on the highway right here. Hour and 51 minutes. Oh, they're really going to expand this whole highway. That is something. These crop circles. Yep, I believe that is the right way. Oh, beautiful, right, good job. I don't understand, was it the right way, the wrong way? Is it the same amount of time? Seriously, do those two ways go into each other? That's so weird. The other way went right back into this highway. Why would you split off there? Pay attention thing. Lake City, exit 21B. 12 miles. Oh, I do feel like I woke up though. We'll see if that's true.
Claudia says, Rosie napping. How are you, baby?
Trying not to be napping. just get yelled at a second time? No, autopilot has been recorded with 1 strikeout to improper use. Okay, I had that already, so I'm good. I paid attention to that really quick. I touched the that's good, because that would have been like another strike, and I don't want any strikes. So I just switched over into regular driving, which I probably should have done a few minutes ago because I was getting a little tired. But I feel like I'm fine until your eyes just get ready to close. I'm full self-driving, so there you go. The proof is in the pudding. Definitely doesn't let you fall asleep while it's looking at my eyes, counting my blinks, and it can tell that I am falling tired. So switch and take over. That just rejuvenates me real quick, and instead of an adrenaline rush from hitting trucker bumps, much better to hit an adrenaline rush from being yelled at by your computer, by your car. Ridiculous. So I'm driving now. I'll switch it back over in a little bit, but not yet. It needs to know that like I'm here, I'm alert, and I'm well. Otherwise they'll just go right back into yelling at me. What I notice is that when you get yelled at about full self-driving, it will start yelling at you quicker and quicker until you go through a longer period of not really messing up. Tell the difference, though. You can see how I'm driving compared to how full self-driving was driving, and I think that every once in a while I get a little bit too close to one of the edges, and full self-driving does not. Bad times to try to pull over soon and take a nap. I am in Florida. I'm a few hours away from my destination. Florida is one big state, but we definitely full self-drive many hours across the entire East Coast. text Claudia's cell phone. I'm definitely feeling a lot better that I just took over and started to drive with my own hands. FSD is making it too easy. At 21B. See, now I gotta pay attention, huh? Great way to go in a different direction. What I'd like to do is find a parking lot, especially if it has a charging station. I'd like to find something near a diner with some breakfast. Attention warning ignored. Okay, that's weird. It says one strikeout. I thought I had one strikeout, but... Maybe I didn't have one strikeout and it just gave me one. Attention warnings ignored. Okay, well, I guess I got a strikeout, but I guess I didn't have one before. Thought I did. So now this is one of those times that I can't turn back on FSD. For the current drive. That thing doesn't play around anymore. A few warnings. I didn't think that those were too close together, but they must have been. Alright. 10 miles, 343. Let's just see. 10 miles, 343. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Let's see. Oh, that's home. Wrong direction. South Florida. No, it wants me to pull over and actually go into park in order to start full self-driving again. That is annoying when that does it, but I get it. It's for safety purposes, and now I'm definitely awake because I started driving. I should have taken over when he yelled at me like twice. I said it a bunch of times, and I didn't think that those were too close together, but I definitely made that mistake. That always wakes you up pretty quick. $43. I'm just gonna randomly try it here and there. 7.9 miles. It says recorded one. I swear I had one. Oh, I think that's it. When I get off in a little bit, I'm gonna turn off the live stream and probably take a bit of a longer nap or something before the tail end of this drive. I have, I believe. 12:20, 8:29, 20:10, 20:11, 20:12. That's still 4 more hours. is whack. I do not feel like pulling over just to park and start fresh.
Claudia says, when is her next charge? Sing a song, Peggy Sue.
Oh, God. Why did it seem like I went the wrong way? I just looked at that. That said to go this way. Oh, no, see? I think it was right. Yeah. Well, we made it to Jacksonville. I might find a place to pull over and take a nap. What is this, 75 miles down this? I think I'm gonna pull into one of the stations here, turn off the stream. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me. I made it to Florida. I definitely have a little while longer, but I'm gonna take a nap and get some breakfast or something and do a nice little restart. So thanks a lot, and I'll see if I can stream on the way home at the end of the week, next week. All right, here we go. I'm at an Arby's. Oh, whatever, actually, that's fine. Oh. Alright, temporary from your vehicle indicate improper use of auto steer beta, full self-drive, supervise, keep your hands on the wheel, remain attentive at all times, auto steer beta and full self-drive and supervise will no longer operate after 4 more autopilot strikeouts. Well, I guess I have to behave after that. That stinks, that did not happen before, so I guess that's the first one of the trip.
And I'm almost here at the end, so that makes sense that that would happen. Well, now you know what not to do. Be careful and holla.